Uh-huh. The bird is up. I am up.
There you go. There you go. Your snackies. Thanks.
Wow. Turn that on, turn that on. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Derps and Dank Places. I'm your host, the all-powerful, all-seeing, and all-annoyed three-eyed pigeon, and these are my derps. Say hi, derps.
Hello.
Hi, Derps.
I'm not saying
Hello.
hi. Tell us why you're annoyed with us.
You know what you did. You know who you did.
Do I?
Do you?
The mirror knows.
The mirror knows all, but let's go. Speaking of mirror finish, let's go down. And Belgar, tell us about yourself.
Nice transition there. Yes, I'm Belgar, the Dragonborn cleric of the group. Here to keep these derps alive as best I can. So let's see how well that works out in this session.
Alright, next up, Kriv. Tell us about yourself.
Hello, I'm Kriv. I am a hobgoblin wizard of the School of Evocation. And I tend to like to disguise myself as people that I'm not to do nefarious things.
Of course. Completely legally distinct and in no way copyrighted individuals whatsoever.
Never!
Alright. Next up, speaking of non-copyrightable, otherwise I'd get stabbed, Entropio, tell me about yourself.
Hello, I am Entropia. I am the token human of the group. I am a rogue assassin. And I helped murder an old horny man and took his stuff last time. So I get to go into his house this time, and it will be fun. That is all.
Alright, very good. Speaking about old, horny, and killing, Jocasta, tell us about yourself.
What does murder have to do with me, for the record? Secondly, hi, I'm Jocasta. I'm a wizard. Things. I drink and I know things. Let's go with that for tonight. Speaking of non-copyright.
Well, that's obvious.
But, very good. Speaking of drinking and maybe not as much knowing things, Nassim, tell us about yourself.
Rude. Anywho, hi, I'm Nassim. I'm Nair Janasi. I'm technically a cleric. I'm kind of a monk, and I turned that creepy old man into ash.
Ash.
Not on purpose.
Ash and titties.
But we don't have to hide a body, which is great.
That is true. So, after your homicide, you decide to go back for a nice, relaxing evening back at the Perfect Pearl, while some of you discuss the finer points of interdimensional and interspiritual law. Some journeys were had, some discoveries were made, some questions were raised, some friends were made, but crew of the second chance, as you wake up in the nice bright shores of Shoreham, what do y'all do?
I am absolutely snuggling my loving husband. And though after some time, probably start getting ready for the day. And then, Kriv, darling, do you suppose you could see what kind of ring this is? And she'll hand him the ring that the old man was wearing that she clocked that glowed at one point.
Ah, yes. Let me see. I'll, do a ritual to cast Identify.
Alright. So, while those 10 minutes are passing, do y'all talk about anything in particular?
I'm gonna get that for
Yeah. We really showed that old man, huh?
Do you feel confident in being disguised as him today, darling?
Babe, do I do anything but ooze confidence?
He's got a point.
It's true. You know,
I got this. No worries.
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. I just hope that you won't have to open your mouth too much.
That's okay. Everything we've ever done goes south.
You are also not wrong. I just kind of give some scritches to Mori.
Your little... Mori's white, right? Or is she...
Mm-hmm. She is a white raven.
Your little white raven who is sitting up on top of her little perch on top of one of the shelves has come down and sit on your shoulder as you sit kind of half up in bed as Kriv sits crisscross applesauce the only way that he can really sit, and is slowly casting the Identify ritually on this thing as it just kind of floats in front of him as his eyes just start glowing. Like, before it's impressive, but, like, to you with a long-standing magical family, it's not really that impressive. But it's always enjoyable when you watch him do it for some reason, though you don't know why. Maybe it's the dexterous ways he uses his hands, I don't know. I'm just a weird bird sitting on your windowsill. Anyway, Kriv.
Mori, go after that bird.
I'd imagine Kriv isn't the most elegant with it either. It's just whatever gets the job done.
Your bird is struck by 17 bolts of lightning.
Rude.
Anyway, but no. So Kriv, after you finish identifying, so it's interesting because it is not a magical item in and of itself, but it is a magical item because this is a pact item for a warlock.
Oh. Alright, we'll word vomit that to Entropia.
Entropia, you are
Seems
not
to be something I've
really... You're not really familiar with the concept of warlocks as much. Like, you always...
Outside of Boz.
Yeah, outside of Boz, but Boz is the exception, not the rule. Your family never really...
Boz is weird.
Your family never really partook in the concept of warlocks in general. Like, they even saw them, like, worse than clerics in a sense, because they're basically selling themselves short. But it's interesting.
I couldn't agree more, my dear.
Whatever this guy was, he apparently had some sort of powerful patron who was able to give him at least some considerable spells to at least attempt to survive, which failed. But most things fail to survive when your crew is around.
She just kind of is like... I imagine she takes hold of the ring and, like, just kind of, like, holds it up, looking at it. I suppose he needed some type of aid to get what he wants. I'm surprised that any patron was willing to help that man. I hope whatever they asked for was expensive. Basically, he had a high cost any time that he had to ask for his patron to give whatever power.
As you kind of like roll the ring in your finger, there's this slight gleam of gold that crosses across the edge of it. It's a primarily black metal ring that has a kind of golden etched like symbol on the top of it. If you wish, you can make me an investigation check.
Ooh. I'm theoretically good at those. Sure. Investigation. That is going to be a 24.
Alright, so as you look over this Entropia, it doesn't look like necessarily anything magical, but it does look like something like a crest of some kind. Perhaps this is the guy's personal sigil, maybe something to help find the house in particular.
Okay. She'll make note of that. It doesn't look like any type of, like, religious symbol or anything like that.
Unless a stoat or weasel of some kind surrounding a star is considered religious.
That's fair. Fair enough.
You're not the most religious person, but you don't, at least from the immediate gods, Belgar or Nassim have told you about, none of them seem to be about weasels. At least not from their personal religious perspectives, only the people who are against them.
Alright. Okay. So she'll point out the symbol on the ring to Kriv. Perhaps if you, well, were you able to tell, since this was a pact ring, it's not cursed or anything like that? If, say, you were to put it on?
Roll me an Arcana
not-
roll, Kriv.
Alright. That is 12.
You've never heard of any
It
warlock...
looks fine.
Well, no, it's... If anything, the thing that doesn't get you is the fact that it's cursed, is the fact that it's still there. Traditionally, warlock items tend to vanish after, like, the person's death, or they return to the patron, so... You're a bit intrigued on why it's still around, though, technically, whenever you've killed warlocks in the past, back in the good old Authority, you've never left much in the way of remains. So, it's hard to...
Nassim didn't either, though, so that's still is questionable.
Yeah.
It's got there's something strange going on with this ring Entropia. I'll just tell her about how usually after warlocks die, anything affiliated with their pact goes with them. So, are you sure we killed the right entity? He doesn't have a simulacrum running around?
Or perhaps maybe he stole this ring. I don't know how that would have worked, but...
Kriv, roll me an Arcana or Religion check. Your choice.
It's going to be Arcana.
I figured, but the option.
That is a 25.
Kriv, you know in your long, storied, like... The Authority does not have gods, but it is surely well read up on everything that considers itself to be. These are the beings that people usually make pacts with. Or at least the thing that either is above what considers themselves to be a god, or in a place between. Just because the norm is for the thing to disappear does not mean that it is the rule. Perhaps whatever gave him this power is intrigued to see what would happen if it was left in the hands of someone else. There are many capricious and downright devious creatures who give out powers to lowly mortals, just for such occasions of seeming whimsy, or perhaps some eldritch unknown force.
Oh no.
So yes, my dear, it's kind of a toss-up at this point. What's going on with this thing?
Speaking of tossing up, Jocasta, would you mind rolling me a con save?
Ooh, modified 20 actually.
You've weathered worse hangovers before, and you slowly make your way out of the room feeling like absolute trash, but accomplished trash above all else.
The shiniest piece of trash.
Before I leave my room, because I'm assuming she woke up alone.
Of course, he never stays the night.
Before she leaves, she's gonna write a note, and I don't know if this will work. She's gonna write a note on one of the bird papers, and she's going to say, "A night together isn't a date," and send it to the 9 house.
The paper, as you finish writing, it folds itself up, turns into a bird, and just flies out the window.
That's all. She'll go downstairs now.
Alright. So, what do you do?
Oh, me?
Yeah. I will say, technically, this is predates even what Entropia and Crib does, because you wake up way before anyone else.
Right. She will grab breakfast and then go back up to continue writing out her arguments for the trial.
Alright.
If anyone's awake to make her breakfast.
Oh, there's plenty of people who are awake. The Pearl has a rotating staff.
Excellent.
So, as you get your daily rum coffees and various bread products, as you slowly begin to scuttle your way back up the staircase to your room, you eventually find someone there who's waiting at the door for you.
Is it Haw?
It is not Haw himself, but the maitre d', the head staffer of the place, who seems to be waiting for you.
Sir?
Madam,
I didn't catch your name, my dude.
I did not give it. You can simply call me the maitre d'.
Fair enough. She offers him a piece of toast. He
looks at the bread product before gingerly taking it. Thank you.
Can I help you?
That is an interesting way to phrase it. It is not you that I'm necessarily intrigued by, but he kind of looks off as if you've known this sort enough. He is feigning as if he's, like, trying to think of it, but you know what he has is, like, he knows what he wants to ask. This is all just a performance, basically.
Detect thoughts. It's too early.
Alright.
And I want to know what he is.
Alright, I need to change the ambiance then.
What were we saying about me reading someone's mind and dying?
He'll survive. I'm not there.
And neither am I. I'm still asleep.
As you thrust your thoughts into his, you suddenly find yourself above a vast, empty plain. This immediately answers the question that this guy is not human. As you look down, you see every single thought is an organized, ironclad fortress that delves deeper and deeper and deeper into a multi-leveled pit that goes down seemingly endlessly below you.
Sorry, I can't spell. Give me 1 sec. Dear Lord. Okay. She just sips her beverage, eyeing him up
Sorry.
Wait.
As you slowly begin sipping your beverage on the outer layer, your inner mental self is, like, surveying, and on the surface, above where this pit is, you see what looks like a scale miniature, but you realize is a 2-scale model of Haw's office. And you see something. A misty, unfamiliar, shadowy form slowly just leaking its way through, passing and kind of touching across every surface. It's a semblance of senses. It's a amalgamation of what it is picked up on. And the strange thing is that the smell, it knows that there is a smell, but he cannot place what the smell is. It moves like a human, but it doesn't smell wholly human. It acts like a human, but it does not fully act in the ways of human. It is able to go unseen by ever-watching guardians. And he knows for a factor that a handful of exceptional individuals have now fallen under the purview of his master. And he is wondering if one of them has overstepped his master's hospitality, allowing him his full and contracted ability to remove them with the greatest of prejudice.
She just looks at him and she goes, "So, what's up, buddy?"
Which of you was it?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Liar.
You're gonna have to be more specific.
Which of you stepped into my master's office unbidden?
Who says it was unbidden?
There's this slow, tremoring kind of vibration that seems to come on him that you feel in the floorboards as he slowly leans forward, and you feel this kind of cold that radiates from him.
Are you trying to scare me?
No.
Because you're gonna try way harder.
No. I need you to understand that I cannot harm you. You are far too important, but if the remainder of your companions are of any possible worth to you, I suggest selling out the traitor now.
She's gonna step forward and get in his face as much as she can, probably being significantly shorter than him. If you touch a hair on any one of my friends' heads for any reason, justified or not, your master's gonna have to find himself someone else to represent him.
As he leans forward, you see his nose twitch slightly as his eyes quirk, as if he smells something. They suddenly go wide, and you see him take a solid pace away from you.
You want to back off?
This game has multiple levels that I was not aware of. I hope that was understood by those who may be watching. I will relinquish this quarry for the time being, but let it be known that if you or if any of your associates try anything like that again, well, let's just say that all parties have been warned. I have my duties and obligations to uphold as well, just as you do. I have to wonder, though. What did you give? What did you take? What set you in the position that you are now? What does one have to do to roll in such high, or one could say, low circles such as the one you now dance in? To the very bottom of the pit itself. Such a fall does not happen all at once. It is a slow, arduous fall. I know, I have fallen. I have fallen there before. As I have been struck down in ages past and ages before, I have fallen multiple times, but even then, I have not fallen as far as you have. Intriguing you are. Mistress Electra. No. Mistress. Until we meet again. He bows and he takes his leave.
What a weirdo.
As you return to your room with the spoils of bread products and alcohol. Meanwhile, Belgar, what are you doing?
Definitely my usual of... Well, actually, this time I don't have my normal armor because that's busted up and over at the blacksmith's.
Yeah.
So I'm checking out that other piece of armor I had acquired. Making sure that's nice. And then I'm also going to read some of that Azuriel's Manifest. See if there's anything about Tiamat and her folk in there.
Alright. As you begin to flip through it, give me an investigation check to see how much you can, like, retain from the wording.
Oh boy, I'm so great at investigation. Oh, better than I thought it would be. 19.
So, you actually, as you begin to flip through it, you actually find things that are rather interesting. You do know that, of course, Tiamat is on the first layer of the realm known as Bator in the, like, higher circles of learning, but to the common folk they are known as the Nine Hells. One thing that is definitely interesting to you is that you've learned that Tiamat has a lair in the first level of Bator, known as Avernus. This place is called the Spawn Pits of Azaril. Azaril. Now, this is actually a bit disturbing because that is a place from your own religion's mythology. It is like learning that the actual... I mean, I guess you've already learned that the true hell exists, but like the stories from when you were young about what happens to all of the horrible souls that go to the clutches of Tiamat herself when you die is unsettling to know that they might be completely true.
Yeah, just like, oh, well, that's good to know. What was the layer called again?
The Spawn Pits of Azaril. I'll just post it in the Discord.
All right.
But yes.
Oh, as Cyril. Gotcha.
Yes.
All right. Sometimes this book produces new information, sometimes it's just probably better not to know.
But as you run your hands over the silvered scaled armor, it's clean. It's not quite a polished finish. I mean, this was just handled by a bunch of magic students who probably never worn a piece of armor a day in their lives, so none of them probably know how to properly maintain this. But
probably not now.
Huh?
Said probably not now.
Yeah. But as you kind of run your hands over it, you feel this kind of inborn warmth that seems to radiate across it, and it's almost pleasant to the touch, especially for a race like yours that enjoys warmer climes such as the one you are in right now.
Yeah.
It is both a reverent.
It's like a comfort.
It's a comfort, but it's also a bit irreverent when you realize that this was made of the scales of one of the great silver dragons, which you've met one, and it is needless to say, it was a pleasure and an honor to. And I guess you're still technically traveling with one, though he is currently siphoning off your god's power so he doesn't explode.
Yep. What a lovely situation we find ourselves in.
Though you are bolstered with the idea of holding at least a small amount of that power if you were to wear that armor.
Well, that's what he's going to have to do, because the other one's currently being worked on, so he's going to wear that dragon scale mail for now.
Alright, so as you slowly begin to take it up, you're just like, oh, but there's a scuff there, so you're gonna take a while to clean it first before putting it on.
You guys don't see Belgar for hours. Where is he at? What's he doing? He's up there just like,
Never clean!
Scrubbing this thing off.
Speaking of never clean, Nassim, what are you doing?
Rude? Why throwing the shade at me today? Well, I guess she's gonna go take a bath.
Alright. So...
And just order up some breakfast while she's having her bath.
Alright, well, you're soaking, luxuriating in your bath. Your mind wanders, as it tends to. You think on all the things you've learned recently. One second.
Did he get back with the information on how business is doing?
Trying to remember exactly.
You mean the professor?
Yes.
That was literally, I think, the night before.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he said he'd get back to me right away.
Not yet.
Okay. Alright. I'm just enjoying my bath and daydreaming then.
As you kind of slowly fall back into the calm of the bath, you get to a point where you just feel like you're floating, suspended in the water. Feels almost like being suspended in air. You dream of cities of steel and crystal suspended in endless sky. Armies clad in silver and wielding weapons of lightning. Birds that have never known the ground, sailing on endless currents, carrying those blue-skinned as yourself across the endless skies. Skies and winds with names that have never been known in worlds such as this. For how could mortals have the names for the ways that the wind can sing, can roar, can scream, can cheer, can cry in such an endless place? You felt homesick for a long time. And now you're starting to wonder if the place that you were homesick was the place you're currently going to?
I'm gonna say that as she's thinking on all of this, she is gonna start crying a little bit. Feeling homesick for a place she's never been. Anything else?
You just hear a knock on the outer door of your room, which kind of takes you out of your dream state. You sit up in the bath.
Yes?
Belgar, you've finally finished cleaning everything, and we're going in to check on Nassim.
I'm definitely knocking first.
Hence
Yeah,
why I said knocking.
Yeah.
And you hear a definitely does not sound like she was just crying Nassim.
You alright in there, Nazim?
Oh, well, one moment. As she just, like, grabs, like, a robe. She just does, like, a little flick of the wrist and then the water just shooks off of her.
It's pretty cool.
So fancy.
And puts the robe on, and she's like, what's up?
Well, I heard you crying.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, there's no deception or insight that needs to be rolled for this.
Belgar just gives you a look like, I'm pretty sure I did.
No, you didn't. You heard nothing.
Your eyes are still puffy and red.
I think your eyes disagree with you.
Damn it.
It's alright, Nazim.
It's not. It's really nothing.
Nothing happened here in the city? Or is it something else you're thinking of?
She leaves the bathroom and she kind of just like gestures for you to sit on, like, I'm assuming there's like couches and chairs and such in the room.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He'll sit down somewhere.
I'm just thinking about what the professor said.
Again, what did he say again?
Him like talking about like
Just the business and the elemental planes. Take it you're probably feeling what, homesickness or missing stuff pertaining to your element?
But how can you feel homesick for a place you've never been to?
I mean, if it's distinctly tied to, that might be a reason to feel such a thing.
Maybe.
Nassim, roll me an insight.
On what?
Just give me an insight roll.
Okay.
Oh.
26?
Pretty good.
I mean, you can tell that this is something that you and Belgar share, is a feeling of a diasporic feeling. Missing a home, though he knew his home.
Albeit vastly different.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's gonna take a seat and she's gonna be like, you know, we've known each other for years and you never talk about Draconia.
I mean, you could be homesick, yes, but if the place doesn't exist anymore, what's there to be homesick about?
Ooh.
share your memories?
Yes. But I'll cherish them for them existing with me. And I guess with those that are still alive from the place.
Fair.
It technically still exists in a fashion. It's just the people that were from there.
I suppose, but it's... I mean, don't you ever wish that it didn't fall and that you could just go back?
Oh, plenty of times. If I could have done it differently, I probably wouldn't have allied with the Prismari.
Would or wouldn't? I
Would
Sir.
not.
would not. Yeah, I mean,
Yes, considering what we know now, it's hindsight's 2020, isn't it?
yeah. You live and you learn.
I mean, back when things were changing, as it were, me and Silmac were trying to help push Draconia in a hopefully better direction. Turns out the Prismari wanted the direction to be
Down.
ice instead of, hellfire, so to speak.
Nassim, he's never mentioned that name before.
Silmac?
I think I've mentioned her name at least once or twice, but not too often.
I don't think... Was it ever when she was around? My mistake.
I mean, yeah, that's Belgar's wife's name.
Yeah. I was just trying to remember.
I was gonna say, either way, Nassim would still be like, oh, you mentioned her.
Yeah.
Speaking of things you don't really talk about, that's the first time you've talked about your wife in a while.
Well, gonna say like I have feel for Draconia. There's only so much you can do, but we'll get her back. Hopefully.
And you're gonna kick Archon's ass. And it's gonna be glorious.
He probably won't get out of hell. If I can help it.
Just get him his own little spot. And then pulverize him into dust right there.
Which you now know the name of, Belgar.
Yeah. What a wonderful place to go. Probably not.
I mean... if you kill him, you'll turn into a worm, and that's a pretty horrible thing to happen.
Yeah.
Like an earthworm, or
Like a dragon worm.
like a dragon worm?
It's actually an interesting philosophical question. Like, the soul worms that go into hell, like, do they have the faces of those that they had in life, or is it just like a vague humanoid face? If so, would Archon have a vague draconic face, or would he have a weird humanoid face when he's a soul
Yeah, but
shriven?
is he like the size? Would he be the size of like an earthworm, or would he be the size of like a draconic worm?
Oh no, they are worms the size of people. It's horrible. The art's horrific. Look
Good
up
to know, I
Soul
will not
Shriven, any of you who are watching.
The soul shriven, yes.
Or at least as far as your religious teachings have taught you, Belgar.
Fair enough. Well, if we do get rid of him in his lair with Tiamat, it'll definitely it'll give him an awful fate for a while. Unless we, we could deliberately destroy the soul.
I mean, we could try to destroy his soul so he can never come back.
I'm sure we can find a way.
Find a weird spell of soul disintegration.
I mean, we have wizards.
Poof.
Give it enough time, I'm sure you can make up any kind of weird magical item to capture or destroy something that shouldn't exist.
We should put Criv and Joe on it. They'll find a way to disintegrate a soul.
for those of you who can't see, Jocasta's character is currently rubbing her hands and manically laughing as this whole thing
I'm
is
putting
happening.
it on. It was just thematic at the moment.
Just
Of
like,
course.
"Wah-ha-ha-ha-ha."
Of course.
She has to be moisturized before she disintegrates.
But that being said, I think we can cut ahead to all of you meeting up for some sort of morning meal.
Of course.
Joe gets breakfast too. Second breakfast.
Second breakfast.
I had enough bread. Now I want some home fries and bacon.
And more rum and coffee.
So if any of y'all wish to share the information you've gathered in the morning or previously
Move us
from the night
all
before,
Move us all to the day
perhaps
lab.
some very important information that might want to be shared to particular party members. Jocasta.
Oh yeah, she's for once gonna pull Entropia aside and just be like, steer clear of the meeting. Don't ask why, just do it. And walk away. That's it.
Hold on, your mic cut out just for a second there. Steer clear from who?
The maitre d'. Don't go near him. Don't let him smell you. Just leave.
Use,
Weird thing to
use
say.
a different soap. Got it.
If I still had my Sinkhorn perfume, I'd let you wear that, but Jason has it. So
Fair
I
enough.
have something.
Gonna just look over to Belgar. You
Mr.
have
Guardian.
You know, if you can't find anything to change your scent, I have stuff to change your scent.
actually looking to Belgar. Whatever cologne, perfume, whatever it is you have, might actually work better. Maybe. I don't know. With this club.
Sorry, just the mental image of the maitre d' imagining Belgar doing like triple backflips, sliding under desks, and picking all the locks is just amusing.
I'm so dexterous, didn't you know?
I don't even think he would fit under the desk like Entropia
No, I
did.
probably wouldn't. I'd probably lift it up on my back.
Here's the thing. Entropia barely fit under that desk.
And it was only because you're a skinny bitch. And you're
So,
super,
Fran
super, like,
And
flexible.
Joe could fit under.
Joe could easily. Kriv,
Yeah.
definitely so.
I regularly crawl under desks in real life, so I can tell you for sure that someone who's 5 feet tall can easily fit under one.
Oh, so Entropia holds up the ring that Kriv identified. So this ring belonged to that horny old man, Weaselton, who is now a pile of ash somewhere in an alley. Actually, he's probably gone with the wind, quite literally. But we learned, and it's quite intriguing, that this is a pact artifact, so that he was a warlock. But the weird thing is Kriv, when he identified it this morning, he still sensed there was some sort of presence to the ring.
Can I take a look at it?
I hand it to you.
When you're done looking at it, depending on what you learn from it, I want to then look at it.
Can I examine the ring?
Sure.
Excellent. What do I roll?
Depends on what you wish to examine. The physical thing, the magical thing, the metaphysical thing?
He said that he sensed a presence connected to it still.
Yes, or at least the fact that it is still there is a hint that there is still a present.
Can I do a religion check on it?
Sure.
Oh, can Node help?
Yes. The small orb floats out and starts scanning it.
22.
So, the interesting factor is that there is definitely a presence that is still present and somewhat intriguingly hanging around with what's happening here. You sense the faint hintings of brimstone that come off of it as you like reach your senses forward to it. It feels, and you don't usually connect with your soul a lot, but it feels wrong in your soul as you reach your senses out to it.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a very spiritual person. Interesting. She'll share that.
Interesting.
Can I also history check the symbol on it?
Sure.
Thank you. Can Node also help with that?
Yes.
Excellent. I threw one of my dice. There we go. That's a 29.
So the Wesseltons, or as another offshoot name of the Van Wests, are actually a family from the Clovis Concord. A prominent trade family who are actually pretty key in plotting out a lot of trade routes. One of the famous ones that they tracked out was called the Wessel Run.
Good in 12 parsecs.
Whatever that
God.
means. Less than 12, actually.
That's correct.
That joke's bad.
I liked it.
But yes, they got primarily a lot of their wealth with discovering alternate ways and faster ways to transport goods from one place to the other. Anyone else?
I want to look at it because I have an idea.
As Joe is writing down her notes, you kind of swing over and take the ring.
Does it look like it's a container at all?
Possibly. Roll me a... do you have Tinker's tools?
I do not have Tinker's tools.
Alright, then just give me a straight D20 roll.
Alright. Can I do investigation?
I'll allow it, but
I mean, it's just a +1.
it will be a slightly more difficult roll than that one.
Could I give her advantage on investigation?
Sure, since you especially since you took a look at it before.
Okay. Have advantage, friend.
Thank you!
You kind of point out the stuff that she looked at before.
16, is that enough?
The ring is sizable, but it seems to be solid, at least from your cursory glance over.
Okay. Then my idea might not be a thing. Okay. I wanted to check and see if maybe it was a vessel for a genie.
If this was a genie ring.
No, because out of game knowledge. I know it's genie packed warlocks. One of the things that you can house your patron in is a ring.
Yes, and I was just saying that if this was such a thing, though, would it technically even need to have a space inside of it if it were such a thing?
For it to be a vessel.
Suppose so, but it appears to be solid.
Alright. I'll just hand it back to... I'm just gonna hold it up in case someone else wants to take it to look at it.
So, also, according to this old man, before we unfortunately had to kill him and Nassim turned him into ash,
Yeah.
you made my job more difficult. But the club in question requires a password and a mask to get in. At least that's what the members wear. I don't know about any guests, what they would wear, if they would wear a similar mask, or they just go without and they just go with whoever is the member. But Kriv and I have a small plan. We've hired a couple of mercs, the same mercs that this older man had as bodyguards. We hired them to take us back to his house as if he was bringing home a mistress. Kriv got a good look at him, so he can disguise himself, and with the ring, he can further prove that he is the old man. At least that would help. And it may or may not be a sex thing. I'm not quite sure.
It's a Tiamat thing.
What?
Yeah, that's a...
Oh! Well, that changes a lot.
What a tie-in.
Yeah. I asked. That's it. That's all the information I have. It's run by a cult of Tiamat.
Just kind of looks over to Belgar. Do you know if any of the Prismari would open such an establishment?
Yes.
Well,
There sure is.
do you know of any of the members in particular? I know Me is not an option since she does not exist anymore.
Well,
I mean,
that doesn't
we
mean
met
that she
one.
could not have set this up beforehand.
It's true. It's also true. But
I mean, we met a guy earlier who was going to invite us.
I mean, I have a good idea who it would be, if so. Her name would be Iskata the Vain.
Spell that?
I don't think I even have the right spelling. How did you spell it, Josh?
Let me pull up my notes.
Because if
Also-
not, I call it escargot.
what,
oh no,
what
my
color?
notes.
What color are they?
Blue.
Okay,
A
the
blue
blue one.
dragonborn.
She is quite a piece of work.
Oh, yes.
How does that compare to Me? Because Me was a bit of a piece of work.
They all are.
Fair enough.
Yeah, they all are. They're all a piece of work. She, at least in Draconia, was famously known to sleep into countless nests to get into the good graces of many nobles.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds like that fits.
You just see Belgar shaking his head like, yeah.
Here, I'll post it in the general if you wish to. Why does it keep doing that? Well, you should be able to read it at least.
On Discord,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, we could read that.
yes.
if my phone will function.
Famously called the Southern Skies Sapphire.
Anyone who wishes can roll me a history check.
Will do.
I'll roll for funsies.
Can Node help me?
Sure. This is literally what he's meant to do.
For funsies. Yeah, that's about what I expected.
Okay.
You grew up on an island, you have no idea.
Exactly. I rolled for funsies.
What'd you get, Nassim?
I got an 18.
Alright.
And what did you get, Joe?
23.
Well, kind of makes sense that Joe has the most knowledge of this. She is one of the most famous, basically, despite being a Dragonborn, she is a famous, entertainer, as it were. So much so that she rivals the mythical Ruby of the Sea from the Menagerie Coast.
Like I said, she a hoe.
She a high class hoe.
She's an escort.
Yeah, that's what I was about to try and clarify. Is she like an entertainer, or an escort entertainer? Thank you for clarifying.
It's worse. Whereas the Ruby of the Sea is kind of like a professional courtesan, Escada is literally, at least from what you hear, she doesn't need to do it. She just does it for either climbing social clout or for her own desires, basically. It's less a job, more a hobby, I guess, could be the way to put it.
Can't relate.
It's a way of life. It's a lifestyle.
It is certainly a lifestyle choice.
I mean, do what you need to do, but since you're Prismari...
Needless to say, she's very charismatic.
She has to be in that line of work. Though, I don't understand if why Purple Dragon? If she's blue, is Archon handed it? Because he's red.
Belgar,
I don't want to know.
literally cannot think of a worse power couple than Archon and Escada.
You just see him like groan internally, just like, oh, don't tell me that.
Well,
yeah, exactly.
darling, red and blue unfortunately do make purple.
I know how the arts work. It doesn't mean I like them.
I mean, Belgar, if you wish, you could actually roll a religion check on this.
Oh
Sure.
shit, I might not be far off.
Concern intensifies.
Uh-huh.
Oh, let's see, 17.
So, purple dragons mean, hypothetically, they do exist, and they are made from a cursed pairing of a blue and a red, but there are at least some legends of it, but purple, at least in the religious sense of the dragon religions, purple is a symbol of a religious higher stance, or at least when it came to the cult of Tiamat, their high priests would wear purple as a symbol of their status, and like basically the head of the worm cult, or the dragon cult as it were, would wear ceremonial purples as a symbol of their status.
Yeah. Well, if anything, just means they're higher up on the ladder.
So, the very least, Criv and I have a way in to this club. What about the rest of you?
I'm very conspicuous.
But you have a hat of disguise to make yourself less conspicuous.
Yeah, hopefully you don't have anybody in magic that says, hey, look, that guy's disguised.
I mean, also, the proprietor was there when you two fought the thing and invited us and said that he would invite us there.
Do you have something, Criv? Or are you just holding your hand because of... Yeah, sorry. Continue.
So, I mean, we technically have a way in if we're willing to wait.
We could also... We could ask Haw, but that would be weird.
It wouldn't be that weird. Simply because, and she kind of holds out one of the flyers. All of us received something like this while we were out on the streets, shortly after we arrived. So if anything, it could be simply, you know this town very well. What is this? What exactly is this? And he could give some insight. It's not that weird.
Side question. I'm blanking. Did we find any ties between Haw's business dealings and the Purple Dragon Club?
We didn't get a chance to.
Oh.
Because when Belgar asked about the guy, he was immediately told to leave.
Right, but we have the records that we did go.
The records, yes, there is a connection.
I was gonna say, I did find some public record that tied them.
Jaren Cleef is technically under Hawes, or at least formerly was before he decided to possibly screw him over by expanding his enterprise by one additional business, thus pushing him over the edge.
Yeah, so in that case, I have an idea. We could always... I think Jaren Cleef is trying to get... and she'll say this to the group. I think Jaren Cleef might be working against Haw. We could ask Haw to help us get in under the guise of investigating it for his case against Mephistopheles, because theory trails off. Does not continue that sentence. Just not sharing.
Drinks cup of coffee rum.
Yeah.
Maybe. Though we might not be able to get everywhere. They might try to just purposely show us what they want us to see.
Well, I'm sure we can find ways around that. We don't have to ask for a guided tour. We just need a way in.
So we have options.
We could also see if Mr. Haw knows of any other members. That may be easier to necessarily murder. The old man had it coming.
If you go and do it, don't let me know.
He had it coming. He had it coming.
Look, you don't have to worry about cleanup.
It's true.
Like I said, that doesn't make me feel confident.
Okay, Belle.
Just like wiggles her fingers and a little static shock dances between them.
I can do that too. He opens his mouth and electricity crackles at it.
It actually goes across his teeth.
Exactly.
Ooh, so scary.
It is, especially if I launch it over that direction.
Joe pats Belgar on the shoulder. Don't worry, I think you're scary.
Thank you.
Crib,
You are so scary.
Crib, in your wizard brain, you have a moment where you're like, wait, electricity technically needs to pass between 2 points, so how does he lob it? Shouldn't it just technically try to ground itself how it goes? How does this work on a metaphysical level?
Just staring at Belgar's mouth.
Yeah, I imagine Crib's just staring at Belgar's mouth intensely.
How does lightning breath work? Question mark.
He writes it on the table.
Yeah, let me see Belgar. I'll pry open his jaws.
Oh, crikey, look at the size of this one.
Careful.
Wait, don't you mean Kahara?
Weird, but okay.
Sips and pee, watching this, whatever is going on.
Crib, roll me an investigation check.
Oh my goodness. He's your husband.
It's 17.
You think you see a cavity, but then you're just like, oh no, that's just a... It's just a bit of... Yeah, it's like... Belgar, of course, flosses and does all that. And you're just like, oh, that was just my...
Gotta stay shiny, of course.
Excellent dental hygiene, Belgar.
There is a wonderful like
Uh-huh.
minty smell that is around you as you look down.
Probably the
Scarlet.
ozone.
Excellent.
It's mint mixed with ozone.
Yes.
You can actually with the
Imagine my hair is standing on end now.
Yeah, you can actually. It's a bit disturbing. You can actually see down into his
Hey, you.
to his like gizzard, where you actually see like the like small bits of like detritus that is left in his gizzard to help like digest the stuff, and you actually see like bits of electricity running through it, and you're like, maybe some of the things that he eats allows him to conduct electricity such as this. Maybe he literally vomits up parts of his gizzard to make it work.
Ew.
I'm intrigued.
Concerning.
This is my husband. This is my husband. As I just take like a piece of bacon or something.
As you come over, one of the waiters comes up to you, Belgar. It's just like, excuse me, sir. Did you want any more, or were you interested in eating the fellow guests?
Yeah.
Belgar taps Crib's shoulder like,
Get out of my mouth.
let me speak.
Yes, I'm quite finished, thank you. I'll just jot down my notes.
Comes up,
Okay.
just like a light sheet of saliva as his hair just kind of like...
You'll have to clean that yourself. Yeah, I'll take another drink. After that.
Of course, sir. Belgar, you now just have the taste. There's a hair in the back of your throat, and you're not sure if you're quite able to get it.
It'll come out when he
God.
does his lightning breath.
Yeah, just
but
cinch
then-
it away.
Oh, but then just the smell of burning hair is gonna be in his.
They brought this
nasal
on
cavity.
themselves. It's their punishment.
Oh,
This is our morning. This is what we
Yes.
do.
This is our morning unintentional dentistry.
So we have Joe, who is becoming a lawyer. Is this where Crib starts his journey to be a dentist?
Yes.
Crib,
Oh, this town has such bad teeth.
the scourge
Crib
of
the Scourge
cavities.
MD. Crib the Scourge MD.
Crib, the
Yes.
scourge of cavities.
I think it's
The cavities.
dentist.
Parter is your worst enemy.
What next? Is Entropia gonna become a court stenographer? Is freaking?
She already started her, like, what is it, the private investigator CIA bullshit?
Is the Seam gonna become like become an auditor for the CIA or something?
You don't want
The IRS.
No, that's me.
That is true. You literally did something like that.
Yep.
Oh.
Pirates, guys.
Oh.
We're all pirates here.
Anywho.
Yeah, that's the
Really
campaign we're playing.
crackin'. So, what is our plan gonna be? Are we going to be Priv's Angels? Are we gonna wait for the invitation? Are you gonna ask a favor from your client?
All of the above.
All of the above, we just all split up and go?
Might not be a bad idea in case anyone like gets stopped.
I mean,
That's true.
we still have to check the guy's house first, so might as well do that first, then figure out the other crazy madness that we're trying to do. So,
Makes sense.
instead of worrying about all three of those things at once.
Mhm.
All right. So, which part do you start with?
I
Well,
guess,
before we finish breakfast,
like,
yeah,
I guess
go ahead.
trying to get the information because, I mean, or asking Hall because the third option is literally just sit and wait for Jaren to just come get us.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't got time for that.
Yeah, y'all should probably go break into this man's house. Although, is it really breaking and entering if you're pretending to be him, or is that a whole different crime?
I mean, that's those two going on another date.
Identity theft is a serious problem.
No, it's not.
I will. I guess I'll be in my Marquesian clothes for this. So that way I have like a veil like partially over my face, so that way you only really see like my eyes and like my forehead.
This is like by far the most skin Entropia's ever showed off to the rest of the group.
Yep.
besides
pretty much.
Kriv.
They've all seen me naked. We've had hot spring episodes.
It's not the same.
Yeah. It's not the same.
They know what's under.
Okay, but you know that sometimes sex and clothes does more than just being naked.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's rich coming from you, babe.
I can understand the concept, even though if I don't follow the theory myself.
That's fair.
Mhm.
That's fair.
Anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, just Tropia and Kriv going?
Yes, because they're the only two that made that deal with the guys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so it would be Kriv disguised as the old man.
Alright. So, you'll go to the dipping rim,
Mm-hmm.
and you'll
Go find our man.
You'll find Arlo and Harris. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Let me change the ambience. Did not mean to do that.
Now, is his name pronounced Wesselton? Or is it Weaselton?
Weaselton.
Weaselton. Okay.
Something.
I am on Mr. Weaselton's arm as we're walking to the dipping rim.
So as you go down to the dipping rim, it's a definitely not the highest establishment, but it's not like horrible. It's an actual brewer's place, and it's a bit like common, especially compared to the Perfect Pearl. You go in and you see a more like classical tavern, except whereas there would normally be warm woods, roaring fires, all sorts. You see what appears to be shaded windows, cool stone, some attempts to have some sort of like cooling happening as you see a bunch of sweaty sailors and rougher sorts kind of just carouse and sit around different small tables playing small dice games or drinking their troubles away. Sitting at the far bar, you notice Arlo, who is sitting with your back to you, but Harris, ever the more acute one, is actually sitting kind of holding up the wall, and he notices you immediately. So not even bothering to get your attention, because he knows you're coming to them, basically.
Entropia will give him the slightest of nods. But kind of have Kriv take the lead, so that it looks like that he's going to them and I'm not like dragging him.
All right, give me a performance check to kind of act naturally and.
What about deception?
Are you trying to deceive these guys, or are you trying to blend in?
Sometimes
know
blending
where-
in, the best deception is blending in.
Give me a coin flip. Red, I will allow it.
Okay. Is red.
Alright, I'll allow it.
I think it would be more if she's deceiving the rest of whoever else would be in here if there's other people. To kind of further that. So. That is a 17 plus 12.
Alright, you're able to slip through it, kind of pretending you're just leading this man to have a few drinks before you get on to the more lucrative part of your day with him. Which, as you kind of look over, some of the dock workers just kind of like give you a bunch over, like, man, if only. But you eventually manage to go your way up to the bar and just to sell it, just mark off 2 coppers for some simple ales to basically sell the bit. I'm pretty sure you have the money for...
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
As you do so, Arlo, who's like a bit into his cups, actually looks over and he does like the kind of like wide open, swallows the rest of his ale, sets it down before coughing a bit and setting himself up as Harris is just like, just does a small little silent nod. Alright.
Amateur.
Listen, he's good with a sword, just not with his head. It's the sword what matters in the end, Harris. Sure thing, Arlo, sure thing. So, you ready to retrieve your goods, my lord? Have you,
Yes, quite.
Have you, enjoyed your stay down here in the lower quarter, I assume?
Yes, it's always fun to carouse with the common man.
Of course, my Lord Whistleton. He kind of like begins to look over. You took the spectacles and the ring, right? He like looks it over and he's just like, good to see you've had everything and you weren't robbed blind in your nightly pursuits. He says, with a slight wink to you, Entropia, like, don't stab me, I'm selling this.
Oh no, she winks back.
Yeah.
She approves. They saw good and well of what we're capable of.
But, if you would allow, my lord, just a quick drink for myself. And he actually goes down, he actually sits on the other side of Entropia before he takes a small piece of paper and he slides it over to her as he then goes to start drinking himself.
I will, like, stealthily take the paper and, like, open it to see what it is.
It's actually a message written in Thieves' Camp.
Ooh, what does it say? I don't get these often.
It appears to be just, to the common reader, it appears just to be a simple message like, high quality pelts, large reptilian needed, pay high top coin.
Okay.
This is, it's not a hit, it's a kidnapping request, and someone's willing to pay a lot of money to get a person of a draconic blooded persuasion. I don't know a lot of people who necessarily fit that description around here.
Hold on. Read it over again. So, a dragonborn was kidnapped?
Or it is a call out to basically kidnap a person of a draconic persuasion, and if they are interested to meet at this location.
Oh. Okay, now I understand. I know exactly what to do with this piece of paper. She'll just kind of give like a small nod. I believe I can figure something out, and she'll slip that into like her belt.
Yeah, but vigilance isn't necessarily free. He says, rubbing his fingers together as if trying to get something off his fingers from the cup he just drank from.
She just gives him a look. If I do recall, I paid you extra.
Yes, and this is extra work.
She'll give him 10 gold. She'll slip it into his pocket.
He kind of checks his weight a bit, takes out 5 and slips it into Arlo's coat without him noticing. Alright. Hope it isn't your friend. That's all I'm saying.
And we'll deal with this later. But thank you.
Wouldn't be a good bodyguard if I wasn't keeping an eye out for potential ways to earn more money. I will say, though, that's a hefty bounty.
She'll, nod in understanding. Look over to Whistleton. Darling, I would love to see your place. Could we go? You promised you would take me.
Oh, we shan't waste another second in this deplorable establishment. Guards, I think we shall be off to my manse.
Oh, come on now. And you suddenly hear from behind you as a bunch of rougher-looking dock workers are slowly standing up. Going so Sue Whistleton.
What's the problem, gents?
Oh, don't think we don't remember you. And the way you shorted us on that last journey. We lost 15 good men on that so-called shortcut you sent our boys on.
Well, it didn't sound like good men if they didn't make it back.
Ooh.
Selling it too hard there.
I love my husband. I love him so much.
There is a slow rising tension in the bar as you see several other dock workers just slowly standing up. You see Arlo already reaching for his sword, but Harris is still waiting to see what you do.
I can cast Minor Illusion and make the ring glow, and make it be known that it is on my finger.
Ooh, okay. Roll me an intimidation with advantage.
Alright.
You're so good at these.
Oh, 16.
So as you illusion this slight minor glow, you actually feel a slight undercurrent of power that actually runs in through it, and you actually feel the slight kind of touching of what feels like actual flames running out the side of your mouth as you slowly reach up, a large, unnatural grin just coming across your face as you look up at him that they all kind of slowly recoil from.
That's what I thought. Perhaps we can discuss this matter another time. I have to attend to matters of a different sort.
Thank God Entropia is so good at keeping a straight face.
Shall we, my lord? Harris says, leading the way, kind of standing in front of Arlo, taking up his side, and kind of like basically spearheading the way out of the bar. Like their swords still at their hips, but kind of held almost like parallel to the people who would accost them.
Yes. Yeah, I'll just slowly float out past them.
Alright. And with that, I'm going to say we're going to take a quick break because I must use the facilities myself. So
That's fair.
we will be right back after this short break. Bye, see you.
See you, friends.
Alright. Hello, welcome back.
Woo! We're back.
Oh,
We're back.
Anyway, so, where were we?
they were just leaving.
Yeah, we just left the dipping rim. Darling, as we're like kind of starting to walk past Jujon's smithy. Darling, I've heard that the smithy, they make beautiful pieces. If it's not too much trouble, would you be willing to get me such a piece?
Oh, but of course. Anything for my scrumptious little muffin.
Oh!
Only he sees this. He's getting the like a raised eyebrow. Like, we're gonna talk about this later.
He's having too much fun with the bit.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Come, let's go shopping.
Instead of blaming on the ADD, blame it on the demon ring, baby!
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so...
Are you gonna have the guards wait outside?
Yep.
Guards, just watch over the door, please, while we just have a look around.
Of course, sir. They stand guard as you go in.
Is Jujon working?
As ever. 1 second. Nah, not that. Yes, welcome in. What can I do for you?
I have a veil over my face.
Yeah, that's why she's... Can I help you?
Oh, I just wanted to see what lovely pieces you have. But she will, as she says this, she will walk up to Jujon.
She's going to, like, slowly kind of, like, lean backwards as this super tall lady just walks up to her.
I've been here before. I'm just in different clothes.
I know, but you said that you're, like...
That's true.
Are you trying to pass yourself off as someone different, or are you trying to...
I am trying to pass myself as someone different, but
So-
as I approach...
I will say, from your previous role, you're doing a good enough job that she's like, what the fuck are you doing?
And in a quieter voice, one that she would hear, Jujon, it's Antonina.
Looks down, looks you up. Interesting day job.
Darling, if you could pass a warning to your leather worker, the Dragonborn.
Wow, what's happened?
Now, does the advertisement I was given, does it have like who specifically wants a Dragonborn?
No, it just gives that basically the job will be getting a Dragonborn, and if you want in, basically this is the place to basically go for the contact to see if you pass the vibe check, so on and so forth.
Right, okay. I don't know who specifically, but there is an individual who is looking for a Dragonborn. They're not specific. I don't know what they would want with her or any other Dragonborn, but she seems young and she does not deserve to be kidnapped. If you understand my meaning.
She nods.
And I figured I would come here to give you the warning rather go to her directly, because I just hear her eyes so subtly point towards the doorway. Our escort. They know that if a Dragonborn is taken to a certain place, they will earn lots of money. So I did not want to make her an easy target.
She will slowly stop.
So So if you can make sure that she has protection of some sort.
I have an idea. My apologies if I don't tell you. I think it'd be safer if the less people know.
I understand. I have full respect with that. But I wanted to give some sort of heads up.
Risking your neck telling me. Bye.
I'm used to it.
You're used to helping people randomly?
May or may not be our thing.
Well, I can't just let you go without thanks. Is there anything I can do?
Well, I'm currently selling the bits that I am with. She points back to Weaselton, who is.
Is that?
It's
I'm gonna wink.
Gomez.
Wink.
How did you introduce yourself to her? Were you Kriv or were you Gomez?
I think I was Gomez.
It's Gomez, darling.
Oh.
She just winks. But it's all a little secret. So, as she immediately, like, it would probably almost, like, she just, like, I imagine that Jujon will just kind of blink for a second with how quickly Entropia changes her voice. Darling, I heard that you've made such wonderful pieces, and I was wondering if maybe, Mr. Weaselton would gift me something.
Well, if you're charging it to Weaselton, I could put anything. I'm sure his standing credit at this store can be put forth without any need for coin whatsoever, of course. I'll make sure to charge the house directly, if that is alright, Mr. Weaselton.
Yes, quite. Just put it on my charge.
Of course, my lord. So, what exactly are you looking for?
Oh, go nuts, darling.
I imagine she goes giddy for a second. I'm trying to think. Ooh. But I feel like this would be a vibe that could fit over Entropia, but like, you know, like how, like, you know, like harnesses, but like a metal one over the Marquesian outfit, like a half harness.
Honey,
Huh?
Yeah,
chainmail bikini.
let's do it.
She just
Or
kinda,
like,
uh,
or like a harness or something that could fit over what she's wearing right now.
so like, wait, over it, not under it, or?
Here, let me.
Yeah, visuals for my own personal self. Because I'm not sure if what I'm imagining is lining
Like
up.
something. Here, I got you, friend. Let's see, what would look good? It's a matter of finding one. Yeah, something like this. I'll put it in general Discord.
Alright.
Something like this, but metal, because my outfit has a
that
lot
is-
of loose.
That is
Yeah.
what I was imagining. So,
It would be over. So this shiny metal piece that fits over the loose. Basically, it's because the clothing that she's currently wearing right now is fairly loose, but it would help. What's the word I'm looking for?
Define.
Yeah, define her figure.
I got
something better?
I got something way better that fits
I mean, because
the vibe.
she's
Similar
she
vibe.
can make something like that.
Yeah. Okay, whatever. What's this? What's this? Oh yeah, yeah, something like that actually.
That is actually pretty much exactly what she's got. She's just like, I mean, I usually deal with the heavier metals, but I guess she kind of reaches down and she starts like rooting around with looks like some golden chains that she slowly begins to pull up. Like, looks like she was like gonna melt these down for like other projects until she just starts to like wrap them around you and like just lightly attach things here and there till she slowly like assembles some sort of like belly dancer chain thing that now just kind of hangs around you as she just kind of like hammers the gold bits together. That should do.
How does it look? As she turns to Weaselton.
I will say, as you're wearing it, it does jingle a bit. So
that's fun. This isn't her stealthy outfit.
Yeah. I'll just assume as much. So just keep that in mind before.
Yep.
Oh, by the gods, dear. I don't think it could look more ravishing.
So she'll look over to Jujon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shall we get going, darling?
Let's.
And we will. I guess we'll walk out, meet back up with our boys, and continue onward.
All right. So.
I can't believe they had so little pieces that were sufficient enough to complement your beauty, my dear.
I'm just gonna lean. I imagine we're walking like through the street. She's just gonna lean down, and it's just like, darling, this is normal Entropia voice. Darling, I appreciate you so much, but if you continue, I might start laughing.
Does Crib take this as a personal challenge?
Yeah.
Oh no.
If you like, you owe me a platinum piece.
Ooh. Stone face.
Is that all I'm worth to you?
Not in the slightest.
But we continue walking. We be walking.
You be walking, you be...
With our mercs. Having them escort us.
Gonna continue being loud and somewhat boisterous.
Obnoxious.
Yes.
Alright. You eventually head up to the upper parts of the city, where the regular retinue of people waiting to see if they can get in for the night's festivities and all that.
Mm-hmm.
One second. But as you two walk in, the guards wave you through without nearly a second glance. As the gate drops and you two are let into the upper crust of the city, to Elon's Bluff.
I'm finally back with the Blue Bloods.
This bitch.
Oh, I couldn't take it to the southern part of town.
As you walk by, you see some of the servants who are in the who's in the local establishment of Servanton. Of course, they cannot live in the.
Yeah, your mic cut out.
No.
Check.
There you are.
Check. Anyway, so of course you pass the Servanton, which is kind of the menial's place of dwelling, who greet Mr. Wesselton with a knowing glance, but then noticing a mistress within, they will choose to go about and pretend they did not see anything.
Mm-hmm. Good. I am on his arm.
So as you two go down, Harris and Arlo will eventually lead you to the one small building that is, well, small.
Small in
Big
comparison.
quotes. You see the one manor that is on the far corner, and they kind of like nod up to it. That's the one.
Thank you, darlings.
One thing.
Hmm?
How are you with animals?
That depends.
I find them
was-
delicious.
Huh.
Sorry.
Are we talking about cats and dogs or something a bit bigger?
I mean, cats and dogs that are bigger.
Remind me again, because I can't remember the name of it. What was Lord Midnight? What kind of cat was he?
That was a Malk. That was a supernatural cat from the Feywild.
Are we talking like a Malk, if you know what that is?
What the fuck's a Malk?
A big kitty from the Feywild.
Big cat. A big white thing. Its call sounds like a human screaming.
Wait. Did Creek have something like that in his boat? Oh no.
Dun, dun,
Sure it's
dun.
not, I'm sure it's not the same one. Oh boy. Okay. Oh. I know exactly what that is. I've dealt with it before. Nice kitty.
I mean, as long as you make sure it doesn't get near any of your magical stuff, you should be good.
All right. Do you know where does it hang out in anywhere in particular in the house or?
That's the thing. It kind of prowls as it sees fit, so...
Right.
Speaking of prowling where it sees fit, Arlo adds in, the, Mrs. Whistleton.
I gotta avoid the wife and the cat.
Me too.
Actually, you could probably distract the wife.
And I'll
And I can
distract
move-
the cat. You get
Yeah.
that pussy, I'll get this one. So,
Yeah.
to quote
Right.
to quote the old cliche, we've taken you this far, but no further, as they said at either side of the door.
Well, we appreciate it. Thank you.
God's blessings on you, poor bastards, Arlo says, saluting to you.
Guess we'll go in.
Alright.
Is there a pet name I call the wife?
Yeah, it's actually a legitimate question.
They
Or
start
call
to
the
think
pet.
they start to think about it, so it's like, was the wife princess and the pet precious, or was the pet precious and the wife princess?
Perhaps a platinum piece will jog your memory.
No, it's maybe.
I'll give him one.
He takes it. Wife was definitely precious.
Good to know.
Okay.
Thank
all
you.
right. Oh, this is
Slips
gonna
the
go
plat-
well.
Slips the platinum piece in.
Alright. I guess we'll go in. And you should probably switch to somebody else. Yeah. You should switch to someone. Like to Joe, because she's gonna go talk to Hawk.
Mm.
Yeah. Mostly because it's like, I don't want to take too much time just having it be a Craven and Tropia episode.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, meanwhile, back at the Perfect Pearl. Jocasta, what do you do?
Well, Nassim and Belgar, do either of you want to come along? Probably, maybe not.
I was about to say.
Maybe I think I would actually, she kind of pats them each on the head in turn. She goes, I think I would rather you guys stay as far away from Ha as possible on multiple levels.
That's fair. I had something I wanted to do anyway while waiting for the two of them to get back.
Noted. Cool. So Joe's gonna head up to Ha's office.
So, as you go up to the office, you don't hear anyone in there, but that kind of makes sense because the place isn't exactly in a liminal space. You're pretty sure he can hear if you knock on the door.
I knock harder. Very persistently.
After about a moment, the maitre d' slowly opens the door. It is your legal counsel, my lord. Send her in. You may go. Of course, sir.
She smiles at the maitre d' and just goes, hope I didn't interrupt anything. Sorry, babe. Like, shuts the door behind him.
Alright. As you do so, you see Hall just slowly writing. Yes. Did we want to... what can I do for you?
I'm assuming he's got a chair or two in front of the desk.
He has two in front of him.
Yeah. She sits down and, like, crosses one leg over the other very politely and, like, rests her hands there, and she just goes, tell me about Jaren Cleave.
He, like, slowly puts his pen down. Huh. I was wondering when you would have the displeasure to meet him. Though I'm surprised. Excuse me?
I haven't met him yet, but my companions have, and I have reason to believe that the two of you are connected, so elaborate.
He was a employee of mine for some time. And he is... I'm not even going to say partly. He is the sole reason I'm in my predicament that I am now. I thought I could trust him. Though I'm concerned if he has an interest in your group, what exactly it is he's planning to do next.
Oh, they met in passing and hit it off. I guess they've been invited to dinner. I doubt it's important.
You see his brows raise and then quickly lower.
I've done some looking into your business affairs through the public records, and I did notice that he was the one who established Ham Hammerson and Sons Masonry as your 216th subsidiary, maxing out the number you're allowed to have under your contract with the Muffin Man.
Yes, much. He pauses. As he was instructed in his own that he would not expand his businesses by openly opening any other subsidies as that. His enterprises would have to be under his own endeavors, but whether through ignorance or I doubt that, so his own ambitions, he has taken the jab at me and thrown me under the metaphysical cart, as it were.
Quite literally.
Yes.
What reason do you think he might have to actively operate against you?
Mission? Money? If I'm gone, then Shamel itself is open to anyone to basically sweep in and take over. I do not wish to toot my own horn too much, but my web is thoroughly spun through the entire tapestry of this city. If I were to go, there would be no spider left sitting in the center, as it were.
A power vacuum, naturally.
Exactly.
What did Ha know about your reason behind not wanting him to open any further subsidiaries under your name?
That is the strange thing. I never let him know. I never told anyone that had worked under me about this. So I would have to assume that he either did it out of... he's testing the waters, or perhaps he has his own forces that he's dealing with. The thought had crossed my mind. I cannot be the only one who has taken this most sensible path and then climbing the ladder of social commerce.
I'd like to look more into what exactly his motivations are and why, if he might be actively working against you, and if so, why. What do you know about this Purple Dragon Club that he's involved with?
It is a adult entertainment venture, which I had put him in charge of. He came with some considerable references from Omkarel himself. Said that the Sapphire of the Southern Skies herself recommended him.
Gotcha.
And I'm not one to turn down such a prestigious resume as that. And he had proven himself to do so.
Do you think you could help us get in there to look into him further?
You wish to get into the club.
I think it's in your best legal interest to allow us to investigate this. If he is actively operating against you, don't you want to know why?
That is true. But I will say that if I'm present, some things that may be more apparent may be hidden. Though, I could be an interesting distraction.
You certainly could.
Good thing, too. He reaches into his desk and, opening one of the previous drawers, a mask is slowly pulled out, which, in and of itself, is this brilliant gold mask that is done up with a multiple kind of horned back crest to it, with a myriad cascade of rubies that go down the front of it. Jocasta, if you wish to roll me a nature check.
Actually, I don't know what my modifier is for that. Okay. 14.
This mask is done in the likeness of a red dragon.
Interesting.
I could make an appearance. It is still technically my club, after all.
Excellent. So, how did you come to start the Purple Dragon Club? Was it just a void that needed filling? Or did someone put you up to it?
More of a desire for voids to be filled in this city.
I didn't like that.
Desire is ever present. I simply saw a need that needed filling.
Right. Have you ever met I've heard of her before, but the Sapphire of the Southern Seas, have you ever met her?
In person? No. But in reputation, we know each other.
Right, of course. Naturally.
Though, if I may be so inquisitive, if you are interested in her, I did hear that she is spending quite an amount of time in the ports of Marquette recently. So, you may be able to catch a glimpse of her yourself if you are willing to globe-trot around the continent for a while.
Well, we do have some more traveling to do. Maybe I'll get lucky.
Quite lucky if you wish for her. If I may say, Electra,
Of course.
you have certainly ruffled the feathers of my Maitre D.
He threatened me, and I returned the favor.
As you should. His kind should know their place.
There's no need for that sort of language, Mr. Haw.
We are material beings. Ultimately, they want what we have. Our souls are what they desire. So if they want that, they are the lesser. We are the provider. Simple cause and effect. The owner of what is wanted is superior to those who want.
How exactly did you come to be tied to him?
He was a gift with my previous contract's sign-on package.
A gift from the Muffin Man?
The Muffin Man.
The Muffin Man, alright.
Yes, it was from the Muffin Man.
Does he serve you well?
Very. He can do anything but that.
But what?
He must serve me well.
Oh.
It's the beauty with dealing with beings that are so bound to contracts.
Right. Well, I don't think I have anything else for you right now. I do want to postpone setting a date for the hearing until I've had a chance to look into Jaren Cleave further, if that sits right with you.
Well, then I suggest that we arrange for my meeting to the club sooner rather than later.
How does tonight sound?
Tonight? Well, I'll certainly send waves throughout the upper crust of Sharmal, but I think I can make it work.
Doesn't that just sound fun?
Absolute. Until tonight, then. Do you wish to be my +1, or shall I be going alone?
I'll join you. What is the dress code for the evening?
Pardon.
I didn't actually.
He actually begins to walk through, and he walks back to what appears to be an old cupboard that's in his room, and he slowly opens it up, and you see what appears to be a old, like, packaged dress of some kind, which he slowly brushes the dust off of. Her personality speaks of a green to me.
Interesting.
Definitely green. And he hands you a box. This might need to be modified a bit, but there is a seamster in town who can do the work for you.
Yes, I've met him. He's fantastic.
Bit of an odd boy, isn't he?
I found him quite delightful. Very intriguing.
But then you should have no trouble having this hammered by tonight, then.
I'm sure I won't. Hopefully.
Just be careful with it.
Real quick, what does Joe know about the Farglade family?
They are like any subject in particular, or just like in general?
Their reputation, any major news about them in not necessarily the recent past, because she hasn't been in touch with like her own people for the past 100 years, but
they're one of the offshoots that kind of they left from Singorn to go and kind of reconnect with the distant cousins, the Sun Elves over in Marquette, and kind of they are the ambassador. They could be seen almost ambassadorly from Singorn to Marquette, just as your cousin's family was more of an ambassador to the greater aspect of Tal'Dorei for Singorn.
Gotcha.
They were, unlike your cousin's household, they were seen as far more like kind, bright, and generally more people elves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were nicer. You could say.
They were a lot nicer. Some could even say naive to a point.
Interesting. Okay. Can I peek into the box?
You see what appears to be a Singornian silk green dress. You can tell just from a glance.
This is beautiful. Thank you. Definitely not a weird thing to have in your closet. Unless you had a reason to have something so fine from my homeland.
I once did.
One of those sacrifices you mentioned previously?
Electra Esquire, you overstep yourself.
Fair enough. I'll see myself out.
You leave, and the maitre d' is waiting on the other side of the door. A familiar sniffing sound passes as you pass him.
Don't be weird. Too late, but don't continue to be weird.
Some use sight to pass through this world. Some use hearing.
Can she This is gonna be so stupid. And I don't have a reasoning behind it. But if you'll let it happen, can she just, like, give him a business card? And goes, if you're ever interested in not working for that guy, hit me up.
He takes the card and he's just like, well, I may be out of a job soon. I might have to take you up on that.
Excellent.
Besides, a devil should always be on the lookout for joining the winning side in the end.
Exactly.
Alright. Belgar and Nassim, what are you doing?
Well, I look up at Belgar, I'm like, you want to go to school?
Last time I went to a school was a long time ago. But sure, I'll go with you.
I'm gonna go over to the assemblage. See if I can find the dude.
Alright, one sec, let me change the ambiance.
Why? Because I don't know what else to do. So I'm gonna do this.
Bugger will ask you, are we trying to find the professor?
Maybe.
Well, as long as you don't cause any trouble and destroy something of his, that will be
I'm
grand.
not gonna break anything. Why would you think I'd break something?
Tell that to your thunderous attacks.
Alright,
Why would I attack him?
as you two head
Who
over
knows?
to the Dalen assemblage, you eventually come to the secretary, the familiar woman from before, who just looks up and is like, yes,
Well,
welcome.
I've never been in the school before. Only
I know,
Only
this is
Cribbins
for our general audiences. Yes, can I help you?
What was his name again? It's been a while.
Alamut.
Alamut, thank you. Is Professor Alamut available?
He's currently in lecture, but should be free soon.
That's fine. Where?
May I know your business before I send you potentially interrupt a professor's lecture?
We met briefly last night. He gave some insightful information about the elemental planes. I wanted to follow up with him.
Ah, you're the hobgoblin friends that he mentioned before.
Yes, we're the
You're
weirdos.
the one. Oh. Oh.
What did he say? What?
Nothing. Yes, it's just down the hallway, up the stairs there. Just,
What?
Nothing.
You have a
nothing.
look-
Just please.
you have a
just
look
please.
Now, is this to his office or to the lecture hall?
This is to the lecture hall.
Okay. You're weird. Good job.
Sorry about her, but yes, have a good day.
As you.
And I'm gonna follow her instructions. Because of how she acted, are people giving me weird looks?
No, most of them don't
Okay.
seem to give you a second glance as you walk by.
Okay, good. Okay,
You
good.
actually
I'm-
notice another Air Genasi who's in there, who seems to be slowly perusing the shelves out in the outer. There's like an open scroll library that's just kind of off to the side there, who seems to be like floating and actually like looking through things.
Okay. I'm going to assume... Are they pretty engrossed in what they're doing?
Seems so.
Okay, then I won't bother them. I don't even have a reason to bother them. I'm on a mission to kill time.
Alright. So, you go up to the lecture hall and you hear the You hear
I'm gonna try to just quietly open the door and try to sneak in. I have no pretenses this will work because I have Belgar with me.
alright,
Yeah, very noticeable.
Pelgar, are you following her?
I mean, I'll probably stand outside.
Alright. Nassim, roll me a sleight of hand to open the door stealthily.
Oh, this will go so well.
Oh god, I just want to be a bother.
8. Yes, wonderful.
So the door slowly opens, like, about part way before it catches on something, and then you, like, slowly push it. As the door just opens. As you see, like, the professor's, like, still teaching, but you just see everyone in the lecture hall just looking back towards the door.
And she just kind of sneaks in to sit, like, in the back row.
Roll me a stealth check.
This is gonna be so wonderful. 5.
Very stealthy.
So,
Doing great.
I'd, like, kick a chair or something.
no, you slip on a loose, elusive piece of parchment that fell out of one of the students' bags. You then proceed to tumble forward over several students before eventually kind of finding a seat about 3 rows down.
Does he react at all to this?
He has fully stopped the lecture as you quickly kind of like get yourself up in the seat.
Just sit up, just brush myself off. Hi.
Where was I?
Mind. Yeah, please continue. Just sits back down and listens.
We were on the concept of the negative elemental planes, Professor. Yes, of course. So we were starting with slime, and then he continues the lecture.
I'm gonna listen.
Come on.
No, you can fast forward to the end. I'm not
so I
expecting
gotta
you to
fast
go
forward. Roll me just a general intelligence to see how much of the lecture you retain.
Okay. Yeah, I wasn't expecting you to go through a full collegiate lecture on the elemental planes. That's a 6. She passed out about halfway through.
So, not only interrupting the class, but Belgar, as the students eventually let out and slowly like file out of the room, a lot of them are like talking about the weird Genasi girl who just kind of like barged in the middle of class, and yet the professor didn't throw her out on her ass. But as you open the door, you just hear snoring as Nassim is just passed the fuck out, like hand on desk, face on hand. Yeah,
Belgar
exactly.
just goes, "Oh no," and he walks up and like taps you on the shoulder. Ugh, I see you're finally awake.
Oh no.
Well, I guess I could always work on my material for next time you wish to come to class.
I'm so sorry. I did not intend to fall asleep. I was up late last night.
It's quite alright. Apparently, you were just following your nature. Wind is naturally unbound by the concepts of rules and standards.
Sorry.
Can I help you, madam?
Looks around, make sure all the students have. Well, I was interested in hearing more of what you wanted to say. I am very sorry for falling asleep, but I was also wondering if you had an update on the stuff you were looking into for me.
He just slowly, like, closes, like, the top of his, like, lecture desk, and he's just like, I had only sent out the message last night. It's going to take a while for me.
I don't know how the this works. I didn't know if you were like asking around. You deal
I
with.
mean, unless you wish for me to literally take the magical transport system to Ankarel itself. I mean, do you wish to? That is a costly expense, but apparently you have. I wouldn't be surprised if you all have the means for that. I mean, if you're willing to wait a few hours, I will most likely have a message by tonight when...
That is fine. We'll probably be busy, but you could send it to the park. I am sorry to presume.
Quite alright. It's... He just kind of like lets out a exhalation. Would you two be willing to stay for tea at least? It's nothing.
I can stay for tea.
It's nothing like the Perfect Pearls
I mean,
accommodations, but the faculty cafeteria has its own charm.
I mean, a couple of our associates are attending to their own personal matters. We're honestly killing time till they get back. So,
Oh, good to know that I am not a means to spend all this time on.
she kind of floats and idiot sandwiches him. You need to stop shitting upon yourself.
Fair, as long as you stop drooling upon yourself, he says as he takes a napkin and actually dabs up a bit of drool that was on your chin.
Oh. Sorry.
I am a simple apologies due to the fact that I have learned that you've adventured so far and you're literal dragon slayers, so I'm just keeping into perspective my position in the grand scheme of...
And that... she's still idiot sandwiching him. That doesn't make you less important.
As you bring your, like, self closer to him, suddenly, what stuff do you have on you at the moment?
Oh, that's a good question.
Probably your monk robe, isn't it? Or your normal cloth,
I have-
cloth wear?
I have just normal clothing. I've got a dagger.
Okay.
I've got, my spell casting amulet. The Ukatoa scepter.
So as he's just standing there, suddenly, fink, the dagger, fink, the scepter.
I imagine the amulet's, like, trying to smack into, like, his face. I'll back up. Grab my things. Well, actually, no. The scepter's made out of gold. That wouldn't be magnetic.
Oh yeah. No, sorry, just the dagger.
Sorry.
You have to put your back into it.
Belgar, help!
Alright. Come over and help you out.
I imagine he just picks it up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
probably.
Let's go get tea for you two, coffee for me.
As you all eventually head to the cafeteria, as Belgar, as you and Almut are sitting waiting in line for Nassim to finish picking what she wants, he kind of looks over. He's like, "So, I never ask. Why is it always you two that seem to be together?" Apologies if I'm overstepping or seeming presumptuous.
No. I am obligated to protect her, put it that way.
You see him constantly, actually, like, his feet are planted in the ground as he's sitting, like, across from you to keep himself from literally, like, slamming face first into, like, your armored chest plate.
Yeah, because it's metal.
Yeah. See?
As
Hello.
she sits down with her coffee.
Mm.
Welcome back.
So,
You had a lot of words about an hour ago. Now you just say,
I mean, hey, I do not know what to say that could possibly shitting upon myself. Trying to stop that. Is there any news?
I mean, the news that I could tell you, you probably wouldn't want to hear. Because this one didn't even want to hear about it.
I don't know if that'd be counted as news.
It's not really news. Probably better that you don't know.
Kind of like
Luckily,
looks
there's-
slightly dejected.
Luckily, there's nothing to find.
Gods.
Have any future adventuring plans? Any place you plan on going to besides either the City of Brass or Hell?
I
We
mean,
are going to be going to Oncorel eventually.
That is a lovely place, especially in comparison to the others.
oh yes.
To, well, deal with... Is the blue dragon near there? I can't remember.
I'm sorry, the what?
We've been
You
dealing...
just hear like a person who's like at the other side of the cafeteria just clear his throat as he is like eating his lunch.
kind of gets in, like... Well, gets in closer to him, does not bid Belgar to get closer because magnets.
Yeah.
So we're dealing with some chromatic dragons that are being assholes, and apparently there's one near Oncorel, and it's a blue one, and it's a bitch, and we're gonna kill it.
And this is opposed to the ones that were being bitches about 50 years
This
ago?
one's a bigger bitch. Those two were just being territorial. This one's actually doing world-ending crap.
No, not the ones you dealt with. I meant the Chroma Conclave.
Yes, they're involved with that.
Uh-huh.
Just sips coffee like this is normal conversation to have in a school
See,
cafeteria.
this is why I'm hesitant to have a conversation, because I don't feel like anything that I have to talk about is necessarily like...
Well, did you do any interesting traveling to learn about the different planes?
Plenty of study, and I did take a minor, he kind of, like, pauses and lets out. I primarily scried. I never have the means to I don't have the means to travel there. Rarely anyone does.
Where?
I've scried on pretty much most of the greater elemental planes, as it were. I have contacts who can at least give me a relatively good knowledge, first-hand experiences. I've discussed with elemental beings, with my contacts from the assemblage itself. Those who have a true magical affinity beyond, my... self-deprecating again, sorry.
You are fine. So, would it be a goal of yours to eventually go to one of the outer planes?
Yes,
I'm just wondering.
it would be. I would love to
Okay.
go, but I'd be afraid that I'd be slain quite quickly once I was there.
I mean, besides the slaying part, we could definitely facilitate the getting there.
certainly make my writings a whole lot more credible.
We would only need a certain item. A
That
two-pronged fork
would-
that lets us get between different planes of
an
existence. We
elementally
would tune them.
in a plainly attuned fork.
Mm-hmm.
But you may be in luck. I believe I have means that I could acquire such a fork. Funny enough, it's with the similar context that I've had sending to Onkrell itself.
Well, if you know the contacts, we could definitely go find some similar ones besides the one you would needed specifically.
He kind of... You see him looking away from you two as he's trying to find the words. I don't know if you would necessarily want to meet them.
Are they trouble?
We
Not
like
in-
trouble.
I don't think you would.
Me?
As you are waiting in the cafeteria, suddenly you notice a person walk up. A blue-skinned person.
Do I recognize them now that I see their face?
No, but you
Okay,
do
so
see,
it's not.
you do see the familiar crest of the Wyvern Winds slowly come up as they walk up to the professor. As they stop and they look at you.
Hello.
Greetings.
Hello.
There's a cat. So, is this your associate?
One of them, yes.
I'm guessing you told them about me and they expressed an interest.
Yes, we did. The male Genasi says. You actually see he has a kind of like wispy, cloudy beard. Almost looks kind of like your dad's.
Then I'm sure this representative of the Wyvern Winds is aware of the previous arrangements I've made with Dima.
We are aware. And we are happy to, as he slides the piece of paper, to confirm your suspicions that we have held up our word.
You're cutting out.
Yeah, you're cutting out.
We are happy to, as he slides the piece of paper over, confirm your suspicions that we have, of course, held up our word. As long as you are going to hold up yours.
I'm in Marquette. The last time any of you saw me, I was another continent over.
So you do not have much farther to go. We will be waiting in Onkarel for you.
I'm sure you will be. I'm gonna take the piece of paper and read it over.
It's a pretty much, it's not like official or anything, but it basically just says that trading with the, I cannot remember what the name of your family.
Safar.
With the Safar's glassblowing company has been lifted from its general trade embargo and has been allowed to reintegrate themselves into the greater Wyvern Winds trading empire.
And have you guys stopped bad-mouthing them so they can actually conduct business?
We have...
Here's Liz,
Oh,
whose bladder leaks drop in uninvited.
sorry, something just I have no
You cut out
idea
again.
I'm sure we are giving only the most honest and forthright opinions towards your family.
I'm sure you are.
Kalos, by the way.
I don't need to introduce myself.
You do not. He actually looks somewhat dejected by that. As he slowly turns and he's like, "Good day, Professor." And he walks away.
Just a little bit of ozone smell.
I am sorry if I was not forthright or completely honest with you. I mean,
I am not mad at you. I am mad at him. Well, not him specifically, his family.
Do I wish to...
Leans in close again, whispering, "They pissed off the sky and they need me to fix things."
Seems to make sense. Though what the Wyvern Winds have done is I do not want to know.
I don't even know. But they must be in deep shit because they've been waiting for 5 years to deal with it.
So, you never did quite answer the question, he says, looking to you, Belgar.
What question?
Yeah, what question was that?
Why you two? You seem rather...
Oh, he's my babysitter.
Like I said, got the protector. Obligated to.
Obligated by whom? You don't seem the sort that would...
He leans in and whispers, was it Alahadin or the other guy?
It was his second Suleiman.
Suleiman. A pirate.
The Suleiman?
Belgar just nods.
So basically, I was trying to secure passage to Vasselheim, and he dicked me over, and I'm now an indentured servant until I get that squared up. And he was working for him at the time, and Suleiman was like, "You keep her alive while she goes and does shit so she can pay off her debts." And now we're besties!
Oh, quite nicely in the end.
He hasn't done a really good job at keeping me alive, though. You've been really good at bringing me back from the dead.
I mean, to be fair, most of the times you've gone and got yourself absolutely destroyed, I've been nowhere near you because you've run ahead.
That's where the fun is.
Belgar just sighs and face palms. If you can face palm with a dragonborn face.
Oh, you can.
Baseball.
Yeah, just two hands. Oh.
Well, with that, let's go back to the mansion of
Yes,
Good
let's.
Whistleton.
This will be fun. I'm going to avoid the wife.
And the cat.
And the cat. But I'm definitely gonna try. It's like I'm avoiding the wife and also the cat, but I'm also gonna try to keep the cat away from Kriv, since he is disguised magically.
Alright.
Do we have a map?
Not for this mansion in particular.
Okay.
This is more...
That's fair.
This is more going to be a theater of the mind kind of situation.
Okie dokie. That is completely fair.
Alright. So, as you two walk in past the large open fountain that continuously kind of spills, you see what appears to be a rampant weasel, like, up on its hind things. Like, the way that a horse looks like rearing up, they tried to do that to a weasel. It doesn't have the right effect.
And it's tacky if you ask me.
Is it made by what is this, the Hammerson, the Masonry? Is it like a statue?
It is a statue.
It's probably made by them.
It's hard to
Or
tell.
likely.
It's hard to tell because it doesn't have a humanoid form for it to flex and.
I was gonna say, does it look buff?
Roll me a
Is it
nature
a
check.
This is strictly for the lulz. Nature's what? Intelligence?
Yes.
Moving? Yeah. Okay. That's about what I expect. 11.
Maybe.
Okay. Fair enough. Yeah. I'm just selling the, like, in awe of this place, but also I'm keeping an eye out for possibly a wife and a cat.
Alright, roll me either a survival, perception, or investigation check.
We'll go with investigation.
Alright.
16 plus 12, 28.
So, as you see the grounds going off, you see groundskeepers and all that who are obviously not doing anything but look directly at you two.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Cool.
You see what appears to be a carriage that is parked in the, wouldn't be the stables, was it? Isn't there like a special place for a carriage that's like aside the stables? I don't know what the word for that would be.
Not a. It's
Carriage house.
Yeah, carriage house.
the garage.
Yeah. Which is
Carl.
interesting because then you're wondering how did Weaselton get all the way down there if his carriage is up here?
Did the mercs carry him around?
It's a further question. But it is apparent that someone is present in the house itself.
Mm-hmm. So are we in the house, or are we still like
on the
walking
you're on the
courtyard?
outer lawn. You're about to
Okay.
go in the house.
Are you ready, darling?
Never been more ready.
She'll let Weaselton take the lead, and she'll follow behind.
All right. So as you go up the steps, the doors open. There's a crier or caller who basically announce the people's entrance, but you see him slowly coming down the steps as he kind of like looks at you and just kind of like, my lord.
Good evening.
Beautiful weather we're having here, he says, pointedly looking at Entropia as he like kind of looks at her, looks up, and then kind of looks past her.
Huh. Quite so, good man. Quite so.
Yes, your wife has gone to the drawing room in particular to observe this fine weather if you are so inclined to join her.
I think I shall.
Yes.
And Master Weaselton, where would you like me to stay?
The servants just like start looking at each other.
If you don't mind, take her to one of the sitting rooms down here on the first floor.
My lord, the sitting rooms are rather open. Wouldn't you want her more in, like, the library or something like that?
I do love books.
Well, then perhaps you're right.
Yes, it would not be, it would not be proper to have her wait in such a open place without proper company, after all. As they, gesture for you to follow.
I will follow them to the library. I'll be waiting. And she'll just give a wink to Weaselton.
Ta-ta, my dear.
The servants are dressed up in the Weaselton browns and golds. Kind of like a brown overcoat with like golden adornments on it. They eventually will lead you and Tropia back to what appears to be a well-stocked, but not necessarily looking like... It's hard to tell from a glance, but there's something off about this library as they bring you in and kind of gesture you over to one of the large sitting chairs to basically make yourself comfortable before going and closing the door.
Okay. Is it just me in here?
It is just you in here.
Once the door's shut, I am going to proceed to start looking around, looking at the books, perusing, see what I can find. If there's any sort of desks in here, she'll go towards that.
Alright, you go towards the desk. It appears to be a simple writing desk of some kind that has a few books that are set out on them.
What are the books?
Under a cursory glance, they appear to be romance novels. You notice one that has a title that says Tusk Love on it.
Amazing. I love it. Well, he certainly has his tastes. But, how big is this library space?
It's nowhere Beauty and the Beast size, but it's probably like...
It's like a personal library.
Yeah.
Basically like a bedroom size, but just all the books.
A large bedroom size. This is still a decent sized home.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much. Alright. Are the shelves labeled in any way, like this is like a fantasy section, this is like history, or is it kind of just disorganized?
Give me an investigation check.
Okay. Uh, 14 plus 12, so 26.
26? Alright.
Mm-hmm.
So, as you begin perusing over the books, you start looking at each of the titles, and then, like, there seems to be an order of, like, this one is, like, more fiction, this one's non-fiction, this one's history, this one's maps, but the map section kind of catches your eye because there's one book there that does not appear to be, doesn't, like, fit in with the rest.
What is it?
It's particularly a magical book, like, magical transferal book, like, I mean, I guess it could make sense with maps, but why is that in this section?
She's gonna, like, tug on it.
As you... a passageway slowly opens.
Do I see down the passageway?
You see what appears to be a long, dark passageway.
Is there a torch or anything or a lantern that I can grab?
If you investigate inside, maybe.
Sure. 17 plus 12.
There does not appear to be any sort of lighting that would be set up.
Are there any, I guess the only other is like, are there any candles, like candlesticks or something like on the desk?
Yes, there is a candlestick that is left out on the desk. Particularly the one that's on the writing desk. You actually see there were other candles set out to replace it, but the one candle that is in it is fairly burnt down to the nub.
Actually, you know what? Because let's face it, she had her daggers hidden on her. She's gonna just take out Bookmark and just activate the light so she can
light
see.
Lights up, and you see what appears to be a rather not rough, but like it's not fancy back passage as you begin to kind of like make your way through.
Sneaking.
Kriv,
Yes.
you're eventually. Where do you go?
To the drawing room, obviously.
Okie dokie.
Have fun.
Oh, I will.
So, as you slowly make yourself look like you're walking up the stairs, the servants eventually, like, kind of... They come up next to you, they don't say anything, but they start handing you things.
What things?
A bouquet of flowers, a cup of brandy for yourself.
Inner monologue. Like, I could get used to this.
They start to, like, clean you. They start to, like, brush you, clean you up, kind of straighten you up a bit.
Thank you.
Of course, sir.
Is everything in order? Do I look presentable?
As always, sir.
Quite, thank you.
They hand you the bouquet of flowers.
Yep. Alright. I'll probably gonna float in on the broom and make a big swirling spectacle. Then fly around.
The door opens.
Precious, my love!
As
I have returned.
As you slowly float in, what you meet is not what you expected.
What is it?
You see a woman probably about, like, maybe less than half of Weaselton's age from what you could guess. She looks like no older than her late 20s. Long blonde hair, braided back into this, like, intricate hairstyle. These really vibrant green eyes. And long, pointed elven ears as she slowly and imperiously turns and looks at you.
What's her expression?
Disdain.
Does she fear Weaselton, or does she just hate him?
Roll me an insight.
Gladly. Yeah, 0 to insight. Let me check. Oh, no, insight I have a +5. Okay. Oh, 25.
So, it's a mixture of... It's a multiple layered thing, especially with that natural 20. So you get that at one point she just disdained him, but now there's this kind of underlying fear that she has from him, and she's trying to keep that veneer of I still kind of like look down at you aspect to it, but there's something, but you can tell that the mask was shattered before and she's afraid to hold it up too long.
Mm-hmm. Definitely leaning into that. Well, Give us a kiss.
As you go over, she kind of pauses for a second before she leans in and kisses you on the cheek.
How lovely, my pet. How have you been?
Lonely, to say the least.
Not me. I had a grand time out there. Do you see my new means of travel? So I'll swirl around on the broom a little bit.
She kind of like follows it, and you pick up that the slight grind of her teeth at the back of her mouth that she hides with a quite fanciful. Where'd you manage to find this in this little town?
Haven't you always wanted to soar above the clouds, my dear? Quite exhilarating.
Soar high, far away, yes.
Pats her on the head. I was gifted it at the Grand Bazaar.
Gifted it? Who would be so audacious to give you such an extravagant gift?
You know, my name carries a lot of weight in this town. I don't ask those sort of questions anymore.
There's a part of her where she's kind of like catching herself. You shouldn't. And she catches herself before she says anything more.
Now, I can't stay too long, my dear. You understand, don't you? Need to make it to the Purple Dragon again tonight. Could you be a dear and fetch me my mask?
Roll me a persuasion or intimidation with advantage. I believe they're the same.
Let's see. Yeah, it's gonna be the same. I'll say for flavor, it is a persuasion.
Alright.
With advantage. I'm gonna use a lucky.
Alright.
That's a 13.
So, at first, she's actually going to kind of bristle a bit, and she's just like, is that all I am now? Just a fetching servant girl? No longer your... As she pauses, the ring gives its own slight glow now, as her eyes go to it before looking back. She turns and walks out without saying another word.
I'll take her hand before she leaves.
She actually kind of flinches at that, and she looks very surprised.
I'll plant a small kiss on her hand and say, I know I don't show it, but you mean much more to me than that.
She is absolutely confused now, and she will now walk out kind of unsure of what to do now.
What's in the room that I'm in?
It's a drawing room, so there's large desks, there's a central kind of podium.
Was she creating a piece while she was in here?
It appears, as you look around, it appears that she was.
Of what?
If you go up and you start, as you start looking at the piece, it appears to be a human of some kind. It is a nude piece. Interesting enough. Though you're intrigued how she was able to get something so intricate without any model or reference. Actually, no. scratch it, not human. It was a half-orc.
Half-orc?
Half-orc.
Nice. I don't recognize them, do I?
You might not, but at this moment, a person who may be traveling in the walls might. Entropia, as you're traveling through the walls, you eventually kind of make your way up, and you slowly scramble to where you hear the familiar, well, not familiar voice of your husband, but at least the performance voice of your husband. And while that is happening, you slowly you don't hear all of it, but you do hear the last part. It's like, you mean a lot more to me than that. And as you hear the door close at the far end, you slowly make your way up, and you slowly find a kind of viewing room where you're looking out through these two eye holes in it, which just so happened from the other side would be perfectly placed to where a portrait would be set.
Are my eyes coming out of the half-orc piece, or is that on the desk?
That's on like a piece of parchment that is set up. You're looking out of a painting that is basically overlooking the room, and as you slowly feel around, make me an investigation check.
I can do that. That is a 22.
As you slowly feel around, you actually feel there's a slight latch on the end of it that you could open up this way, and it kind of opens up like a pseudo door.
She will douse. Well, she'll have her hand on the latch, douse bookmark in the other hand, so that way it's no longer glowing, and she will quietly open the latch.
As you, Crib, you suddenly hear something, and I imagine you just turn around fire spell in hand, and you just see your wife just opening one of the paintings.
Breaking hearts, are we?
I deserve an Oscar.
Entropia, as you open up, you notice what appears to be a interpretation of the main character of Tusk Love done up on this piece of parchment and charcoal.
Oh my.
Who is it?
I don't know the... Okay, this is out of game because I haven't watched Campaign 2, but I know Tusk Love is from Campaign 2. Is... I guess the half-orc, is that supposed to be Ford?
Well, no, that's...
Okay.
It is an actual character in the universe.
Okay. It's just... Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. But as you begin to look, Kriv, as she's kind of looking at this, you suddenly notice that there's more than one, and as you flip it up, you actually notice that there's several pieces. Some of them that looks like it has her entwined with this orc. Man, this is a sad situation.
Did the wife draw this? As she's looking at the different pieces.
Yeah, she did.
She's quite talented.
She doesn't deserve this kind of treatment, I think. I think if we let her in on our little ruse, she wouldn't object, but I'm hesitant to do so. Maybe just better leave it. Let her find out on her own.
We can send word to her that he is gone. after the fact.
Good plan, my dear. Keep your eyes on the prize. That's what that's hobgoblins always say.
Do we hear any like footsteps from the other side of the
roll me a
door?
perception check.
Yeah, I'm keeping an ear for footsteps before I have to go back into the hallway.
7 for me.
25 for me.
So, just as you finish saying what you're saying, you suddenly hear footsteps walk away from the door.
Okay.
Doors closed right now.
Yep.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go. Entropia, wait here. I'll take a peek out in the hallway.
I will go back into my hiding spot behind the painting and close it up. And I'll just wait, like my eyes looking through.
As you look out, Kriv, make me a perception check.
Okay. Precious, I heard your telltale hesitant knocking. 17.
As you slowly lean out, you suddenly see something slowly turning around the corner. This large furred figure.
Oh,
Message Entropia. We've got company.
I would get out of there, darling.
As
Slams the door.
As soon as you slam the door, you hear the footsteps slowly coming towards the door, but along with it, the sounds of 2 footsteps that follow next to it. As the door suddenly is knocked open by the large crag cat.
Oh no.
The Lady Weaselton, holding the mask, now stands there and looks at you. So...
Oh, you've brought Princess. What a dear.
She will throw the mask as if she's just gonna throw it to the ground. Do you try and catch it?
If I swoop down and catch it.
As you do so, the cat will pounce, and as you do so, your form just starts to static.
No.
Entropia will step out.
As she suddenly looks out, and you see her actually pull out a bow and just...
You harm a single hair on his head, you will share the fate of your husband.
There's a small wry smile that slowly rises up. So you actually did it.
Oh, yes.
Release him. As she pulls the veil down.
The crag cat immediately slowly sits up. Sits on its hind quarters. Good girl, she says as she scratches the back of her nape.
She'll help Kriv up, which I'm assuming he's
Might be splayed out on the floor.
Yeah.
yeah.
Does
Does he look like Kriv again?
No. As soon as the crag cat backs off, the magical effect of the hat returns, and he returns to looking like Whistleton.
Oh, he wasn't wearing a hat. He does magic.
Oh,
I
well,
do
no.
the myself, yeah. But no, yeah, it's... We can say I lapsed in concentration for a second.
Yeah,
That's
so-
fine.
Hmm.
So Lady Whistleton will slowly look over. So, interesting situation.
Indeed.
To be fair,
We
your
can-
husband did hit on me.
You
I
and
simply leaned
you and
into
half of the
part.
women in this city, darling.
But we do need his mask.
Yeah,
Mm.
we can make this easy.
And I need his signature.
Oh.
Now, I'm not going to assume capabilities, but are either of you able to forge certain documents? Or at least a signature?
I certainly could. For a price.
Let's say for the mask.
And if you know what the password is for the club.
That will be upon That will be the second payment.
So Entropia will just hold a hand out for the mask.
After
We get the mask first, as the first. Consider it a down payment. I will forge the document, and if it is to your liking, I get the password. Besides, one without the other is useless, is it not?
Yes, and I also need that ring. Or at least its stamp.
We can certainly provide that. If you have documents that he has filed somewhere that I can use as a reference.
Of course. Come with me. She will eventually, lead you out, and you see that when she came back, she was, armed for bear. She has, a quiver of several hefty-looking arrows on her back.
Hmm.
Now, I did not consider that my family would be so heartbroken that after my sister died that they would put me with such a small, sniveling man such as Whistleton, but such is life.
Oh, there are certainly better men.
Though, I will say that our efforts may be somewhat aligned. You're investigating the club.
Possibly.
My
And what business would you have with it?
vengeance. Or at least, possible. I know my late sister's death was no accident. I just want to know how far it goes. Sadly,
Question-
Whistleton never took me to the club.
Oh, wait, hold
I
on.
know who they're talking about too.
How similar does she look?
Very!
Alarm bells are going off in Entropia's head.
If I may, there's a small raven-winged angel on one shoulder. Tell her it's the right thing to do. A small bat-winged evil trophy on the other. Don't. You need to figure, this needs to get done first, otherwise Crib's soul is forfeit.
Yeah, she's gonna wait. She's not gonna say anything. She's not gonna... Your sister? Who is your sister? Pretending like she has no idea who her sister is.
She pauses.
Save face.
That's the hobgoblin way.
I'm not going to necessarily get into my dirty laundry, especially with some strangers, but let's just
Of course.
say that we have... that if you're willing to bring me in on this little caper, I could make it worth your while.
Well, I respect when one does not want to share secrets with strangers, especially people you just met, who may or may not have broken into your house.
I also don't know necessarily whether you're maybe part of this grander conspiracy, and my husband simply outshone his usefulness, as insignificant as it was.
The only reason he was left alive as long as he was so I could at least know that he was a member.
Well,
I planned to kill him anyway. He would not leave.
Eventually leads you to an office which has plenty of documentation left of it, so I don't assume you have a forgery kit on you.
Probably not. I probably don't have that with me, but I do have one, like, with the rest of my stuff, which is probably back in the room. But I am proficient.
Yeah.
With forgery.
You are proficient, but you do need the tools, so maybe if you could contact someone who's maybe at the place itself, they could potentially...
Well, I don't have sending. Do you have, she looks over to Mrs. Weaselton. Darling, do you have a means to send messages?
Beyond messengers?
Oh, a messenger could work. If they're quick. I need one sent. Within the hour. I need one sent to the Perfect Pearl.
Are his boys out front by any chance?
They are, but they are with me.
For now. I'll get them to do it, she says as she quickly goes over to the desk and starts writing something out. And, what exactly?
To Miss Electra, I require... I'm trying to figure out how to word this. I require your presence along with my calligraphy kit. Post haste. Signed, Antonina.
Alright. And we'll do a short time skip ahead. Meanwhile, back at the Perfect Pearl, the rest of you are kind of sitting down for a later, like, luncheon, dinner, luncheon kind of thing.
Are Belgar and I back from...
Yes.
The thing? Okay.
I feel like Chikasu like sees you guys and goes, "Oh, Belgar, may I please have some money?"
How much and what for?
Money.
I don't. Yeah. I don't. A couple gold should be more than enough. I need to pay a tailor. You met him, Bardo. He's the only tailor in town, apparently, or at least the best one. Anyway, I need to pay him to alter a dress for me to wear to the Purple Dragon Club tonight. So I will presumably need to pay extra because it's a rush job.
All right. I'll give you... I don't know how much it would cost. Probably 10 gold, maybe?
That should be more than enough.
There you go.
Thank you. I'll give you some change, don't worry.
No worries.
You know, you and I still need to figure out how to get in.
Yeah, I only got myself in.
As the door suddenly opens and you see neither of you met Harlow or Harris or Arlo, did you?
No.
Nope.
I mean, no, I recognize them because I was kicking the shit. I was beating the shit out of them
so
the night before.
Arlo comes barreling in. He's just like, is there an Electra here?
We look at Joe.
She just like puts her hand up and waves. Just like, hi. Over here.
He comes running over and he just sets the letter down before slumping down and taking whatever beverage is on the table that either of you are drinking and just drinks it himself.
Excuse you?
Thank you, he says.
Looks like you ran a long way.
I just ran from Elon's bluff. Ugh.
Did
Who are-
you now?
It's in the letter. It's in the letter. He says, tapping the piece of paper.
Joe will open it and read it, and then close it and go, I'll be right back. And dip off upstairs.
Has he yet recognized me?
It takes him a bit. You actually think he didn't notice you for a second, but until suddenly he just sits straight up, slowly looks to the side.
Hi.
Hey.
Take it you've two met.
No hard feelings, right?
He's from last night.
Oh. Of course he is.
Hey, I didn't
No offense
do.
taken.
I didn't. If you must know, sir, it was nothing so crass as anything like that nature. It was simple violence, sir.
Oh, I know that much.
Oh.
I just don't want to know what the violence was, because I know what they were doing.
Oh well.
Hush,
Yes.
please.
Where's the other one?
He's still up there. We Boulder Parchments she is, and I lost.
I'm sure. I'm sure you lost fair and square.
Listen, Boulder, good old trusty Boulder, should always see one through.
I can tell how you lost.
Listen, okay, if you're fighting,
Would you like to play a game?
Sure, what?
Boulder Parchment Shears.
For what?
I want to test your theory.
No.
Ah, there you go.
Ah, you do have a brain cell.
That's kind of rude of you, Nazim.
By this point, Jocasta is coming back down the stairs.
I'm just like, I feel like I walked into something. The letter requested my presence as well.
That's what it said.
Alright, well, I have to go to the tailor anyway, so she will pick up the box and then look at Arlo and go, here you go. You can carry this while you show me the way back to where you came from.
Okay.
Are you guys coming?
We weren't invited.
He takes the letter. Yeah, they weren't invited.
This guy apparently knows what's up.
I will cast a brief sending and I'll be like, Entropia, I don't know what you did, but could you get Belgar and I invites?
The thing is, darling, I need my forgery kit. Though, also, you should possibly know that. You remember how. Hold on, just get.
You're getting close.
Mm hmm.
The 20.
Hawes lady looks like wife.
I don't understand what this means.
So I just imagine like as Jocasta and not that sound effect. Go back. Anyway, so as Jocasta and Arlo are leaving, Nassim's just confused, like, what?
Before you guys get out, Nassim will like run out. Electra.
Yes, bestie. She'll come back.
And like lean in, like whispering in your ear. I just asked what the fuck up was with our mutual friend. I'm confused. When did Haw have a lady?
You were there for that talk. No,
I was not.
I imagine this conversation's completely in character.
Yeah, you were bleeding in the bathtub.
I was dealing with some other things.
Ha had a lady friend. Fiance, I don't think they got married. She's dead. Pretty
Okay,
sure he killed her as a sacrifice to the Muffin Man.
Okay,
The Muffin Man?
Never mind. Never mind. So the creep that we turned to ash last night, apparently his wife looks like her. I don't know what that means.
Oh, Gar, you're just hearing this whole thing.
It probably means they're related.
Here's what happened.
Belga?
Just sounds like some strange gibberish to me.
But yeah, I don't know what that means. You're smarter than I am. You deal with that information as you will.
It probably means they're related, Nassim.
I know that. I'm not that stupid. I'm not that stupid. She points over at Arlo.
Hey!
Ooh, shots fired.
Still being rude with this poor guy.
No. I mean, I don't understand the greater implications of your machinations.
I think I do. Alright.
Good.
You think?
Good. Have fun.
Arlo says, kind of concerned.
What did he say?
You think?
I'm trying to figure out if that's an insult or not. She says that directly to him.
It is not. He says, kind of like looking somewhat concerned.
Have fun
Alright.
breaking his brain just by talking.
Ooh, yes. Something fun to do on a very long walk. I hate walking. Be glad you're only carrying the box.
Okay.
She'll start walking, does not know where she's going.
This way.
Okay.
Alright. So, cutting again. So the wife is just basically...
Oh, no.
So you just see it... So, eventually you get to a point where all of you are smoking your husband's cigars and drinking his brandy.
Perfect.
Yes.
We're having a bonding moment with her.
Alright. My turn. Is it a vegetable? Playing 20 questions.
Ah,
No.
Damn. Well, dear, it's your turn, she says, passing it off to you. Oh, whenever you miss a question, she drinks.
Yeah.
gotcha. She'll play along. Is it an animal?
Yes.
She just kind of like slowly like, no fair. Eventually, the servants come in and are very confused at the new people. Like, the same person who was here before, but then this new guy who showed up. Lady, there's a, Miss Electra here for you with the young Master Arlo. Yes, he has the letter I sent for him. Let him in. Thank you, she says, brushing off the rest of them. As Jocasta, you come in with Arlo. Him carrying the box.
Do I see the box?
I mean, he's carrying the box, so yeah.
Do I see what's in it?
I mean, it's a box, so no.
Okay. Cool. Darling, did you bring my kit?
Oh, of course.
Cool.
I'll hand it to her.
As she produces it from a different pocket, not from the box.
Mm-hmm.
Which is a bit weird.
Entropia will begin working on looking over documents and start forging. What exactly is it you need me to forge, darling?
A signature on a... Of course, a prenup of sorts that was written out that was, of course, duly signed by both of us that, in the case of his desk, all of his properties and so on and so forth would go to me and my family.
Oh, of course, darling. Yeah, she'll start working on that.
She actually takes it out of what appears to be like a hidden shelf and slides it to you.
I see you've come prepared.
I've been prepared for this for years.
Joe is staring at her, not subtly.
She looks over at you, and then kind of like quirks a bit as she looks at you. You're now both staring at each other.
Great. I'll continue staring while Entropia does her job.
And she looks at her. She looks at her.
Are there any loose coins on the table?
Well, you know what?
How very crib of you.
Roll me an investigation check.
It's my flaw.
It's my flaw, guys.
Also my flaw, technically.
It's amazing. I know, I don't use it nearly enough. Investigation. That's a 22.
So you don't find loose coins, but you do find in one of these shelves a coin purse.
Okay. I'll snatch that if I can.
Mark down 500 gold pieces.
Whoa! Come to
You're
Papa. Yes. Is there a fine smoking pipe?
You know
We're
what?
just gonna rob this
A
guy.
couple cigars, yeah.
I will say it's less of a pipe. He was more of a cigar guy.
Yeah, I'll pocket a couple fine cigars. I think I still have cigars, too.
Alright, so as you slowly work, just give me that roll plus your proficiency. Now please do well.
That's a 15. His reliable talent kicks in.
Does anyone else wish to help her with this?
I am staring the wife down. Just being weird about it.
I mean, she looks familiar to you. Are you
So, what's your name?
Farglade?
First name.
Gwendolyn?
That's very pretty. Nice to meet you. And she finally looks away, and now
And what's your name? Because you look like somebody I know, but I don't know anyone of that name that would be called Electra.
I'm guessing you're familiar with the Vassar family.
Yes.
I guess you go out and follow me downstairs real quick.
Yep.
Yep. That's all you say is yep.
Yep. It's not my last name, but
I'm going to just assume that I'm not going to get answers.
you can call me Electra. Not Vassar.
Well, not Vassar. Appears that we are all... that this has made us interesting bedfellows. As Entropia finishes signing the thing.
Actually, to clarify, who do I look like to you? Is it one of the Vassars?
She pauses, and then smiles. Maybe. And then she looks away.
I will tell you my real name if you answer me.
Yes.
Valora, I'm guessing?
Yes.
I haven't met her. She seems like a delight. My name is Marsorin.
Ah, you're the cousin household.
Yep.
Wait,
Mm-hmm.
you're...
Careful, darling. Don't get too excited now. As I finish up
I
with the
don't say
signature.
it's... Excited is the right word, but the wrong context. Interesting. She says, looking down at the thing. Bit rough, but I think I could pass it.
And, Whistleton, darling.
Yes.
Now, where exactly do you need? Is it some sort of stamp of approval by his name is what's needed?
Yes, I need that signet ring stamp on this to make it all fair and above board, as it were.
Is there like a stamp pad or something on the desk?
There's, as Kriv is going through the desk and stealing small bits of bric-a-brac, you do find some sealing wax.
Alright. She'll take that before he nonchalantly is just pocketing random shit. And get it prepped. Darling, do you mind? As she just kind of, like, pulls a small bit of wax next to where his signature is. Under her instruction of where it would be. On this piece of paper.
I'll extend my hand to Entropia so she may stamp it.
Stamp the paper. With the ring.
She pulls it up, kind of shakes it, blows on it a bit. Oh then. Appears we are all fair and above board here. Now, 1 second while I look up that password. Marsorn, are you favoring brandy by any chance?
Not so much. I'm more of a vodka girly. But sure, I'll take some.
I just want the stuff gone. He loved it. I wish it gone.
Just a half portion. I have business to do after this.
She pours out half cup of brandy and hands it to you.
Thank you.
Is there anything of his that you no longer want here, darling?
She just kind of like slowly like thinks through. Anything for nothing in particular that could be particularly useful to a bunch of interesting individuals passing through. Not that I can think of.
All right.
He wasn't the swashbuckling sort, if that's what you mean. So there's no magical ceremonial sword or anything of that such.
All right. Even though he partook in magical arts?
Ha! She gives this kind of like cruel, deriding laugh. As if that his power he only received fairly recently.
Dragons. Few creatures are
Do you know
near
from
legendary.
who?
Being on the first layer of the nine
Was he ever
hells,
mentioned?
Tiamat's lair is amidst the front
If I was
lines of
going
the
to be
blood
guessed, it
of
was
devils
that
and demons. For their part, the demons avoid her.
that Jaren Cleef that he
People
always
in
was
the
with.
house. People in the house.
Jaren Cleef.
Yes.
Fortress entirely. The hordes of the
He's
abyss have learned the hard way that Tiamat and her
at
court
least
prefer to be left alone.
what I think.
The Dragon Queen has no
He's
interest
somewhat
in becoming
connected
involved
to
in the fortress itself
otherworldly
appears finite from the
powers.
outside,
I don't
but
wish to
immediately
get
invaded from
into
within.
it too
It's
much, but
It's alright.
I believe these other forcely powers is what cost my sister her life. And he is the most straightforward lead that I've had to this. Hears
Well.
that there are members of the Purple Dragon Club who one day they are as mundane as any others, and then the next day they have fantastical powers.
Also, quick question: what does his mask resemble?
A blue dragon
Okay,
done up with sapphires.
nice.
Floors resemble a sumptuously appointed royal. These creatures are sold to eager that Avernus has confounded sages for years. And giants. The time of
If we were,
dragons
since we intend to
during the wave
check out this club,
of the war between
if we were to come across such information regarding your
and for the
sister,
of the world. As one would expect, Dungeons and Dragons. The scales of this
I imagine that
goddess
after
bestow her
we,
with an armor
well,
class of 25.
exit
No
the
monster
club,
has
it
a
might be
beaming
more
escape,
difficult to get in
regeneration,
touch with
the
you.
ability of an ancient to pilfer her greatest treasure when manifesting on the material plane.
Would you want that information?
More than anything else.
She'll just nod.
Access to the whole continent. They created a new persona called the Undying One.
Well, if there's nothing else,
I have one question. It's not related to anything and it's not important, so we can. If anyone else has anything, feel
Nope.
free.
I got nothing.
Cool. Gwyn, have you heard anything? And it would have been very recent, if I'm not mistaken. Have you heard anything about Sildar Visar trying to set up a marriage arrangement?
She kind of smiles at you. Yes. The gossip tree has given me that piece of fruit.
With whomst might he have arranged this marriage for me? This is information that Entropia and Kriv do not have, also.
Yeah, Entropia's just I imagine she's still at the desk
Well,
and she just like looks at you like, what?
Well, between the great house Marsoren, in particular, that'd be House Asakar.
Can you spell that?
I will put it in the chat.
And do you know by any chance if it was just him involved, or if Avelios Marsoren might have been involved as well?
Oh, that I am not sure of. I just know it's that the Aurelius has been growing impatient for his bride to eventually show up.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Apparently. And as far as I'm aware, I've never seen her.
Glad we're of the same mind, because I'm sure that what happened here today is also information you don't want getting out, so.
Of course.
An agreement to discretion, then.
The password is by her sky blue wings. Particularly if you are taking my husband's guise. I know it's different depending on who enters.
Gonna write that down. What is it, by her sky blue wings?
Yes.
Alright.
I'll have to I'll have to double check that, but I'm pretty
Right.
sure that's the right thing.
It's gonna write. Yeah, just let us know if it's something a little different.
But with that, I am going to return to my room. You all will be gone by the time I get back, and we will all pretend as if this whole encounter never happened.
Of course.
I've never heard the name Gwendolyn, what's it, in my life. Starglade.
You were delightful company.
Quite. That was part of the hint. My husband never kissed me like that. I just imagine Entropius is like...
She's definitely giving her the, like, paws off, he's fine. Look, as she puts her veil back on.
She looks at you.
She might flash a ring on her wedding band.
Oh, please,
Her
dear.
Mhm.
I'm just saying that you are a lucky woman.
I'm sure. Believe me, darling, there are plenty out there. And some they might show up
Sorry.
unexpected.
She kind of like takes note of that, but doesn't know exactly what to do with it, so she'll just like, well, until we never see each other again, she says as she bows out. And with that, I think we can call that a night.
Just assume that we're escorted out and meet back up with Belgar and Nassim.
Oh no, the staff is specifically told to go to basically the other side of the house so you can leave and they have no idea.
Perf.
Yep.
Well, regardless, we still have to be, like, escorted out of Elon's bluff.
Well, you got your two guard fellas.
Out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yo. But, anyway.
Yeah.
Thank y'all so much for watching.
Yes, thank you.
And social media stuff.
We are at DnDream Roleplay on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Threads, and YouTube is now in the link tree. We have a Discord group, or Discord, what's it called?
Server.
Thank you. We have that too. And you can join that and the Facebook group from the link tree.
Yeah.
Follow us.
Yeah, please.
But until next time, everybody. Goodbye. Goodbye now.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye now.
We're not sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not sorry.
Go on.
Me neither.
On my stream,
Quite proud of myself.
we will definitely be raiding out. We'll raid out to GM Concon, who's playing Raft. So if you like Raft, stick around for that.
I haven't played that in so long.
It's a good game.
It's a good one.
All right, catch you everybody later. Bye.
Bye.
Get on out here now.